Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Just wave your hand there. All right, perfect. All right, good morning. I am Wesley Stefanik. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Delaware Association of Realtors. Thank you to each of you for taking a few hours today to join us for the first Delaware Real Estate Summit. I want to particularly thank the members of the Delaware General Assembly who are participating today. We know end of session nears, so I sincerely thank all of you for taking the time to be with us. While Zoom is not exactly the ideal place for a summit, it is my hope that everyone attending today leaves with useful information about the state of real estate nationally and in Delaware. Our goal is to make this an annual event with a trade show moving forward, so keep an eye out for that for early next year. A bit of housekeeping before we begin. If you're new to Zoom, you will see that the screen will change during today's presentations. If you do not like the view you're seeing, please simply click the button at the top right of your page that says View, and you'll be able to adjust the screen in a few different ways. This event is being recorded and it will be uploaded to DelawareRealEstateSummit.com at a later time, including the PowerPoints that will be presented, including the short videos that we have. This session is also being streamed live to Facebook. Also, if you were looking at the PowerPoint slides at the beginning, you can see more of those numbers and more of that data, more of those reports at DelawareReSummit.com later on today as well. If you're interested in monthly market statistics for what's happening in the Delaware market, you can navigate to DelawareRealtor.com and hit the tab at the top of the page that says Buyers and Sellers, and then click Monthly Housing Stats. Today on Zoom, if you'd like to ask questions or if you have any comments, please feel free to put them in the chat. The chat box will be open, but you must be using Zoom to ask questions. If you're watching on Facebook right now and you want to get into the Zoom, just navigate to DelawareReSummit.com and register for the Zoom link. We will not be following the Facebook comments if you put any questions or comments there. With that, let us get started. So why are we gathered here? Well, because quite frankly, under all is the land. Many of you may not know this, but our members, our realtor members, are not just ordinary real estate agents. Realtors subscribe to a code of ethics that is over 100 years old, obviously modified a few times. Realtors are held to a higher standard, and I bring this up not as a commercial for realtors, but because that preamble of the code of ethics begins with those simple words, under all is the land. I think that's a great phrase because no matter what backgrounds we come from, what we do to make a living, where we vacation, where our food is grown, all that happens on top of a piece of property that at one point in time was transferred from one person or company to another. While the news may make it sound like everyone in real estate is doing well, those in real estate know that it's much more complicated than that. Much like today, later today, I think it's going to be a bit stormy. Pressures from all angles are impacting buyers and sellers more than ever. Today's presentations will build a foundation of understanding of the realities of Delaware's real estate today, from the residential, the resort side to the commercial, industrial land. I do want to mention that I asked our presenters to be truthful with their presentations. When setting the agenda, I purposely didn't moderate the presentations as to allow our presenters to present the facts as they see them, from their points of view, their organization's points of view. We have a great lineup today, so I'm very excited, and I hope you all are too. Again, feel free to ask questions of the presenters. You will be muted the entire time, but use that chat box for comments and questions. So to conclude, thank you again for joining us. Thank you to our presenters for volunteering their time today, and a special thank you to our sponsors who made today possible. Our premier sponsor, Ward & Taylor LLC, a real estate law firm, and our event sponsors, Cutco Closing Gifts, Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit, and Showing Time. You'll hear a bit more from them later on today. With that, I'd like to turn the program over to Megan Broomall-Philibin of Ward & Taylor, today's premier sponsor.
Thank you, Wes.
Yep, just a second, we'll set you up here.
Okay, good morning, everyone. On behalf of Ward & Taylor LLC, welcome. For those of you who are not familiar, Ward & Taylor is a residential and commercial real estate law firm. We were formed over 17 years ago. We serve all counties in the state of Delaware and surrounding Maryland and Pennsylvania. We thank you for your trust, and we look forward to another 17 years with all of you. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you our Lieutenant Governor. Bethany Hall Long was sworn in as Delaware's 26th Lieutenant Governor on January 17th, 2017, and for the second time on January 19th, 2021. A Sussex County native, Lieutenant Governor Hall Long served as a member of Delaware's legislature from 2002 to 2017, first as a representative and then as a senator. She has been the chair of the Health and Social Committee and a member of the Capital Budget Bond Committee. She currently serves as chair of the National Lieutenant Governors Association. The Lieutenant Governor will be providing us a state of the state and her thoughts on the happening of the legislature. Welcome.
Megan, just give us 1 second. We're having some difficulties here.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. There we go. Now we got it. The fun of the Zoom world. Well, good morning. How is everyone this morning? It's a pleasure always to come together with my good friends up and down the state who are every day really making Delaware a much stronger community. And I just want to thank you. I would love the opportunity to be able to come back with you, and hopefully next year we can face to face. I would like to start by first acknowledging your incredible board. The fact that you're putting together this forum today is just really, I think, quite important for our community and for the state. As was mentioned, I get the opportunity to work with colleagues across America, and I like to think that Delaware will be the first state in so many ways. And those of you who have had a chance to work with me over the years, first in the House and then the Senate, and now recognize my incredible support of the work that you do. There is nothing more important than having the strong fabric of housing, whether we're looking at it for our industry as we're marketing, and you'll hear later today from Kurt Foreman and our Prosperity Partnership, to the business community, or to our tourism. For my good friends from the beach, where you heard I was born and raised in Sussex, that I recognize the value there. And I want you to know, again, that the state of the state is strong. However, we all are watching nationally, and we're all impacted, as you are as well. Each time we go to the store or we go to the gas pump, you know, the inflation, and certainly those of you who work closely with the Home Builders Association recognize and have seen the significant impact that we have all experienced with construction and workforce. So I really want to say 2 other quick things that are important to me. First and foremost, those of you who met with me during the Pandemic Resurgence Advisory Committee, many of you know, during the 2020 year, we hosted events where we absolutely met with you. And I met with, by me, not all of you, but some of you up and down the state, as we listened to the impact that the closures were having on our community. And I have to say that the real estate industry and you in the community really did step up during this period of time. And I know during that period, you know, we had to have the healthy community to have the healthy economy. But what we've seen is that, yes, we recognize that many of you are super busy, and I'm thrilled that we have this many of you on here on a Monday morning after you probably were super busy, you know, showing properties and being out all weekend, that we know the cycle of real estate. You know, I have family who've been in real estate and neighbors and friends, and we know right now we've got this wave where we have incredible contracts that are occurring, but they're unique. And I want you to know that in the state, we are very cognizant of the predictions and the waves that we take in real estate. And I know, having lived through various votes in the legislature, that there are different bills now that are before the legislature that I know are important to this association and to the industry. We know those of you who are at the beach have a very different economy and group and different market than those of you perhaps in Western Kent or Western Newcastle County. And we recognize that we have to make sure that we have in the place those strong pillars. And that's why I'm delighted to talk about first the big economy, and later today you'll hear from Kurt Foreman, and then the smaller microeconomy, which affects residential. But you know, if we do a good job, which we have been really working hard to be competitive. As I travel, I don't travel a lot, but as I talk on Zoom nationally to my colleagues where I, chair different national associations, I want Delaware to be competitive. I, like you, I want our housing market to be long-term. I want it to be sustainable so that when the market perhaps does dip down again, that we have in place the environment for support. So whether I'm talking to Rick Eisenberger or I'm talking to others who address finance in our communities, I want you to be aware that my office is always open to have conversations with your legislative committee. I know that many of you are talking about real estate transfer tax. People are talking about the hotel Airbnb, and I closely get to monitor in my role, chairing the Senate as the president of the Delaware Senate as individuals vote, the importance of also affordability for all. My husband's a veteran, and I've talked to friends who needed VA loans or FHA loans. And we recognize right now that persons seeking those types of mortgages don't even have the opportunity in this market to necessarily compete at this time. We know those trends can indeed change. For those who also know, I'm a research scientist, and that's what I was doing this morning. I'm a professor in nursing and also urban affairs. And as I look at the trends and as I look at the data across our state and in the nation, Pew Charitable Trust, recently had released a report really indicating that in just this 2-year period, a third of our housing stock, and in some communities, a half of the community stock across the nation, isn't there. And so what are we going to do for persons who need VA or FHA, and how are we going to make what I used to call workforce housing and middle income housing accessible? So again, meeting with you, hearing your stories today. I will have somebody listening in, taking some notes. I really look forward to continuing to having the open door relationship that I've had for over 20 years with the real estate economy. Housing is number one. When I talk to persons across this community, across the state, nothing more important than housing to make sure people stay healthy, that they have a strong economy, that they're able to have the affordability. And so I, again, want you to be aware that in our community and state, that housing is important. So I don't know with the association board, I didn't want to come today and give you a dry state of the state and address all the budget factors, but I wanted to narrow in on housing and really how important it is to Delaware. So I'll stop. I don't know if you have time for questions or if anyone had anything they would like to address, but please be aware, I'll try to have my staff put in chat, my email, my office number, I'm always available to you. So I'll take it back to you. All right. I don't know if you have questions or if I hit on what you would like this morning to welcome you and to say thank you for doing business in Delaware.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. And thank you for all your support. And you've been a great friend to our association for a number of years. So thank you for being here. I see Keith put in your email address at the bottom there, and we look forward to having you back when the time comes. All right, give us just 1 minute here, having some computer difficulties again. All right, again, thank you, Lieutenant Governor. All right, with that, I would like to welcome our first sponsor for today, or second sponsor for today, and that is Bryson LeBerg from Cutco Closing Gifts. He's going to make a few brief remarks. Give me 1 second now.
All right, we got it. So my name is Bryson. I work with the largest closing gift company in the nation, Cutco Closing Gifts, and I'm here to share the benefits of giving out Cutco. If you're not giving out Cutco, I'm not here to say people don't like what you give them, because that would simply not be true. But here's the thing. What is your gift doing for your client long-term and for you long-term? You're top of mind right after the transaction, but not necessarily 5, 7, 10 years later when your client will move again. Even if you stay in front of your client, how are you leveraging the fact that the kitchen is the #1 used room in the home? See, after a few years, 85% of people forget their agent's name. So what we help agents with is making sure that your clients never have a chance to forget you. And also that when you're not there, that there's something that will help spark a natural conversation about you. We engrave your logo, name, and number, and things like sharpest realtor in town or stop cutting my commission. No, I'm just kidding. We don't engrave that. Or things like thanks for spreading the word on a referral spreader. This thing works great as a referral gift with a pie or cream cheese and bagels. Cutco is super high end. In fact, everything is guaranteed for life, and your clients can pass these down to their kids. Also, we have a free sharpening service where your clients can get all their Cutco sharpened for free forever. Lastly, who knows how much you can write off for a closing gift? It's only 25 bucks. Because Cutco is engraved, it's marketing, not a gift. So you can actually write off 100% of what you spend. We make it really easy. We get you a year's supply of gifts to have on hand. It's a system in place to save time. Guys, we did an extensive study and learned that everybody eats, which means everyone has to cut their food, even if they don't like to cook. It's still going to help them get the job done faster. Studies have shown it's actually 5 times more expensive to find a new client than to retain a current one. So that's what my team helps agents with. The touch cost per day of putting even a spreader in someone's kitchen is only 1 penny over 20 years. For the cost of our gifts, they're as low as $57 and up to $300. And we have price points everywhere in between $57 and $300. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm raffling off a free piece of Cutco. To enter the drawing for free Cutco, just grab out your cell phones, open up your messages, and you'll need to text me your name and email. So just grab your phone, open up your messages. I don't know if you can see this. My phone number, it's 315-871-7711. That's 315-871-7711. I'll also put it in the chat box as well. And the first 5 people to order receive $100 of free Cutco. So lastly, just please text me the word closing if you have a closing coming up soon. And again, my phone number is 315-871-7711. I'm looking forward to talking with all of you.
Thank you, Bryson. And thank you for your sponsorship today.
Appreciate it, Wes.
All right, we think Zoom would be easy by now, but it is not. So with that, thank you again, and let's get started with our first session here. So this session brings together the presidents of our state's realtor associations, and we'll be having a discussion about the Delaware residential real estate market in particular. I do want to remind everyone that you can place questions, and I please do, in the chat box. So with that, bear with me again here. We're gonna set everybody up here. But I want to welcome our presidents, and in particular, I want to welcome our 2022 president, Dr. Susan Giove. She'll be right there. Mr. George Thomason from the Sussex County Association of Realtors, Stephen Schmidt from the Kent County Association of Realtors, and Mr. Chuck Lax from the Newcastle County Board of Realtors. So welcome to you all.
Thank you, Wes. Appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, not a problem. Feel free, Steve. You're the first one to speak. Do you want to kick it off?
Oh, that's not fair. Let's go up with Chuck. He's ahead of the thing. He's at the top of the state, but we need Susan here to moderate this. But anything from you gentlemen first, or do you want me to jump in here?
Well, it's up to you. Let's toss a coin.
You know, I keep having, the thing keeps telling me I'm muted, but it doesn't look like I am.
You're there. Here comes
Not,
Susan.
No, you're not.
Go right
Well,
ahead.
there's Susan.
Hey, Susan, you're on. You're muted, Susan. Still muted, Susan.
All right, Steve, why don't you kick it off then?
All right, so I guess what we're doing here is we're giving a little bit of a background on or up, our thoughts on what the market's doing. We're obviously, I don't know about George and Chuck, but we definitely in Kent County are seeing a very slight slowdown. Going over the last since the beginning of the year, it is starting to slow down a little bit. I've actually seen the first time a couple of months ago, new construction wise, where I'm seeing one of the national builders reducing their prices, which is kind of shocking. I mean, you look in the MLS, you look at the hot sheet every day, every week, you're seeing the new construction guys increasing the prices. Now, I don't know if that's due to materials coming down or if it's something the national builders are seeing as a trend that's going to happen. So I don't know if Chuck and you guys are seeing that at all.
We are.
Yes, we are.
Part of the problem in Newcastle with new construction is there's very little land left to build on. It's either protected land or it's already developed. You can find a hole here and there, but there really isn't a wide swath of land for development. And looking at resale prices, things are continuing to be really out of balance with clients who they're very much afraid to buy right now because they don't know what the market's going to do. Interest rates rising has got some people nervous, and quite frankly, we're still seeing, although the market slowed down, we're still seeing properties going above asking. And affordability is a real problem right now. People are scared, and it's a shame. We need to find a way to build back that confidence and start really selling some houses without the fear factor.
Yeah, and we've noticed a shift in the market, ever so slight shift in the market in Sussex County as well. So everyone needs to be prepared, as Chuck said, with the higher interest rates and everything going forward to build more of a stable economy. Our real estate industry is always secular, so we always have these ups and downs. And I think right now we're obviously in an up, and that whatever goes up, as they say, always comes down. I did want to share some statistical data with concerning Sussex County. I know a lot of people think when they think Sussex County, they think of the beach resort areas, and that's only a very, very small portion of our market. You get outside of that, and the market changes dramatically. And if you take into consideration, and here comes the dry stats, so bear with me here. Sussex County has a population of about 254,000 people, and the median household income is about $65,000. The average age in our market is 48. It's always good news to hear. And these are sort of broken down into 5 different categories. And so if you bear with me just a moment, I'll kind of go through these so I don't bore the heck out of everybody. But the number one market is our seniors, and they make up 18% of our market. And that's the most affluent purchaser out there. These people usually buy in exclusive communities and vacation homes. And the median income for that group is about $80,000. And the home price is on average about $450,000. Then you take our second market, which is typically couples and families, and they make up about 13% of our market. And 2/3 of the homes are single family homes, and almost 1/3 in Sussex County are mobile homes. The median household income for this is $59,000, with an average price of the home is about $175,000. Now, keep in mind, that's not one income per person. That's for a family. The third one is the neighborhoods. They're found in the pastoral settings and make up about 12% of our market. Their focus is on land, and the median income is about $65,000. and the average price is about $302,000. So number 4 is the market that's entrenched in traditional rural lifestyle. So I always have a problem with that word rural. And they make up about 10% of the market. They tend to be older and have grown children who are out of the house. The median income is about $65,000 and the home price is about $188,000. And lastly is the rural dwellers market, and that's just a bit smaller at 9%. These communities are centered in areas where the change in seasons support a variety of outdoor activities. Workers traveling further to maintain employment make up a median household income of about $57,000 per family, with a cost of $260,000 for a single family home. Which leads me into my last point, and that is what we call affordable housing, or more accurately, workforce housing. It is so important to all aspects of our community, and it's difficult for a person to work in an area that they can't afford to live. And it's a shame too. Many workers have to travel sometimes more than an hour to get to a job that pays minimum wage. This is not sustainable. So we need to focus very much so on workforce housing with our local governments and our real estate industry builders and realtors alike to solve this problem. The workers that we're talking about, many people tend to think when you think workforce in particularly in the beach areas, is restaurants. And that is very important to all of us, but that's just a small fraction of what we're talking about. We're talking about emergency workers, hospital staff, and infrastructure personnel that are vital to the area and the thriving economy. So let's work with our local governments and building associates to get some workforce housing done in Sussex County and in the state of Delaware. I'll get off my soapbox now, so take it away, guys. Hope it didn't bore everybody.
Not at all, George. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, George.
Chuck, did you want to talk about Newcastle?
Well, you know, we have a good relationship with the folks at the Newcastle County Council, and they are very supportive of our efforts. Unfortunately, there's only so much that can be done. As George pointed out, you know, there's a significant lack of workforce housing, and part of that has to do with the fact that, let's face it, largest area in our county is Wilmington, and Wilmington, you know, there are some wonderful areas in Wilmington, but there are some depressed areas in Wilmington that need some rehab work, and not everybody is so on board with doing that. They seem to be concentrating more on the affluent side. Now, there's an organization that's working on the east side of Wilmington, trying to redevelop it, run by a gentleman by the name of Logan Herring. Logan is doing a great job with Reach Riverside, and he also has some youth programs that we've been involved with. I think there's an opportunity there for an uptick and to bring some things back. But again, Wilmington needs some significant help, and it's kind of like the forgotten stepchild. Everybody wants to talk about Greenville. Everybody wants to talk about, you know, what's going on in North Wilmington. Everybody wants to talk about the riverfront. Nobody really wants to talk about where most people in Wilmington live, and that's where the biggest problem exists. So until we find a way to straighten that out, I think we're going to have a continuing problem finding affordable housing for people. You know, my feeling, my personal feeling is everybody's entitled to a home, whether they make $20,000 a year or $200,000 a year or $2 million a year. They are entitled to have a place to live, and it's our job to help them find that place. Unfortunately, right now, you know, there's nothing to find them. I don't know how that applies, in Kent or how it applies in Sussex, but,
Well, there's a lot of talk in Sussex County with our county council, which is a good thing, in the willingness to work with builders in the area to construct affordable homes where a family or a couple could actually get into a home that's not going to take them, and when I say home, either single family or condominium, where it's not going to, take them an hour to get to work, and at a price that's affordable. The problem here is, I think, or I should say, the solution. One of the solutions is that if you have local governments and state government working with the home builders, obviously we're talking about maybe tax credits, whatever it takes for these builders to be willing and able to build affordable housing, where you have, say, for example, at least one of the people living in the house has to be an employee of Sussex County, that perhaps maybe their income is capped at a certain amount for them to be able to get into those units. So I think that's the direction. That's a positive start, and we just got to make it happen, because it's essential to all aspects. Workers to work in our hospitals and work in our actually our infrastructure to build these homes. Those folks don't live around here either. So this is a really big push down here in Sussex, and I think statewide too.
I think that's a good point, George. At a meeting with the mayor last week, one of the questions or one of the comments that the mayor of City of Dover here had was that there's just not a lot of building going on inside the city limits. And I had a small builder looking at a small parcel inside the city of Dover, and he's talked with the city, and the construction costs, or the cost of the development costs, the regulations and things were so massive. The per cost lot just didn't make any sense to it. So if I think we can get some sort of cooperation from the municipalities, from the county, from the state, giving these small builders, I mean, the national builders can exhume the costs. They can take those costs in. But I think if we can get the smaller builders that can get these kind of things, that can give those kinds of, regulations, as far as you're talking about, of putting cost limits on it for the affordability of the housing, I think that's going to help it go a long way within the smaller municipalities. I said, the mayor was like, there's nothing going on as far as building inside the city limits.
Building local stays in our area.
It does.
So, and again, we have a problem, in Newcastle. Middletown is exploding. Everybody wants to build and everybody wants to live in Middletown, and that's great and that's wonderful. But, that really doesn't address the affordable housing issue. The crux of affordable housing is going to be Newark and Wilmington. And if you drive around both Newark and Wilmington, you're going to find there's a pocket here and there of space to build, but there really is not any ground left to build on. It's already developed. Part of what they're doing over on the east side is knocking down some, the decrepit properties, and then they're going to rebuild. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to rebuild a $100,000 house. What are they going to put there? Well, remains to be seen, but we have a real problem when it comes to affordability. And I'm not sure I'm smart enough to know what the answer is, other than I know we need to somehow or another find an answer.
Well, this is a problem when with capitalism. I'm definitely a capitalism individual, but when you have no limits on what people can do or how much money people can make, it's the people who need the help that we need to address. So we're focused like a laser beam on them.
you know, there's a little development going up. I forget how many townhouses they're putting up there, about a block and a half from the president's house, right next to a huge shopping center that's being built, with Delaware's first Wegmans. Yay. But but anyway, they're building these townhouses there, and you know, it's just this little plot of land. And I've been told, I don't know it to be fact, but I've been told that they're going to start at $500,000. That's not affordable to most people in the area. You know, yeah, there's a group that can afford that, certainly. But where do you put people who earn, you know, $60,000 a year? Where do they go to buy a house other than downtown, you know, or you know, the neighborhoods in Wilmington? You know, again, I'm not smart enough to know the answer. I just know we need to find one.
Well, at some point, I think we've got to, this has got to slow down. Obviously, I know I was talking about the market when I first came in on the Zoom here and started talking, but I think these are things are going to slow down, but I don't think they're going to get to that point of that, what we're talking about here, affordable housing. Because with the market changes, you know, where are those people that need that affordable housing as far as income? You know, where's their savings? It's going to be tough. And going back to talking about the market, somebody that, you know, anybody, excuse me, anybody that knows me, I was pretty heavy in REO work in 2008 in the crash. And the things I'm seeing coming from some of the asset companies and the banks, you know, I think we're going to see, I don't think we're going to see in 2008 crash, but we are definitely going to see significant amount of REOs hit the market in the next year and build. So I don't have a crystal ball. Wish I did. I'd be sitting on an island somewhere if I had one. But what I'm seeing and talking with asset companies that I work with or have worked with in the past, I'm still seeing bank-owned properties that were starting in the foreclosure process in 2019. And we obviously know what happened, you know, with the pandemic and everything being put on hold for a year or two. I mean, there's still that backlog. There's a huge backlog. And with the forbearance that went on with a lot of people that didn't know what was going on with exactly what the forbearance was, I think that's going to be a significant change in the market as well. Again, not as huge as the 08 crash into 2012, but I think that's going to help. I don't say help. I apologize for that because it's a shame, but it is going to slow down the market as well.
Well, I'm an eternal optimist, and I think if we get all these parties to the table, our legislatures, our local governments, and home builders and realtors, everybody has a seat at the table. I'm positive that we can come up with the solutions that we need to make this affect a change in the way we take care of our workforce. So, Wes?
Well, yeah, let's dive into that a little more though. So, you know, through the pandemic, last couple of years now, we saw a lot of people coming in the state. So I guess from each of your experiences, what have you seen? Like, what are the types of buyers that are out there right now? Is it seniors trying to downsize? Is it first-time home buyers? What's happening at the beach in terms of who's coming to the beach? What are you all seeing?
Well, as I said earlier, our largest demographic where that comes into play is retiring seniors. Who doesn't want to live at the beach or near the beach? So that's our most popular thing. They are primarily people coming from neighboring states, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Washington. That covers that demographic. But there again, that's a bubble. And that's our largest market. As I said, it's about 18% of our market. But it's the rest of the folks that were born and raised here. Sometimes people who lived, say, in Lewis or Rehoboth Beach, who now, a generation or two placed, if they stay in the state. That's a major thing. Another thing to consider is that we have an aging demographic, and we have young people who are looking for better opportunities elsewhere. So we need to keep those people in the state. So generations of people who lived close to the beach, say a generation ago, are now having to move further out and make that commute to work in places that have that. But that's to answer your question, Wes. That's our primary market right now, is an aging demographic. I don't want to say just retirees, but people who are moving to the state because it's a very, very desirable state to be in. And the pandemic caused a huge shift in the workforce of people who work in other places. I probably sold about 8 properties in 2020, 2021 that were people who had a job where now they are allowed to telecommute, so as it were, and maybe they have to go into their business once a month or something like that. So they go like, well, if I can work at home, I might as well work at home from the beach. So that's a large swath of our clients.
And I have to agree with George there. I think a lot of the driving force prior to the 08 was people coming from out of state. It was those retirees, I don't want to say old retirees, but young retirees coming from New York, New Jersey, PA, that could sell their $750,000 house up there because prices were driven up, come down here and pay half that much and bank the rest. It made sense. I mean, one thing about this state that is great is it's, tax-wise is great for retirees. So, they were still 2 or 3 hours away from their children, their grandchildren, and it makes Delaware a desirable place to retire, always has been. So, but yes, we are getting to that older demographic. I'll tell you, my own 2 kids don't want to live here. One lives in Texas. The only reason the other one's here is because of the pandemic. So yeah, it is something that the state needs to find out. We need as local or state, how do we keep this younger generation here? Because we are I am old, but people want to retire here. They don't want to stay here as the younger generation. Most of them don't.
Jobs. That's the answer. Good paying job.
Exactly. How many jobs, how many manufacturing jobs, and how many have left, over the years, over the last 15 or 20 years, that we just can't keep them here for that.
Well, Chuck, in what are you seeing in Wilmington? I know there's definitely a younger generation moving in downtown, especially.
Well, the downtown area has gone through a renaissance. I mean, it used to be warehouses and shipping, railroad yards and things of that nature. And that's all been rehabbed. Basically, when Mike Brzezicki, before he became mayor, was very involved in the redevelopment of the downtown area. The downtown area itself is fine. It's the fringe areas that have the problem. We're seeing the same thing, people moving from other states because they recognize that there's an opportunity in Delaware to save some money. People are all about what are the taxes? I remember when I first moved from Pennsylvania to Delaware and I was told that the taxes on my house were $1,700. I go, $1,700 a month? He said, no, that's a year. God, I'm paying $14,000 in Pennsylvania. So, there was a reason to move to Delaware. There still is a reason to move to Delaware. The problem is, where do we put them? There really isn't a whole lot else going on in Wilmington other than the onesies and twosies. There's no development. There's nothing happening. And again, there's really no place for it to happen. I wish I could say that everybody wants to move to Delaware or move to Newcastle or move to Wilmington or move to Newark. That's not necessarily the case. People are saying, well, it's an option, but there are other options as well. Not the least of which, no offense, George, but not the least of which is Sussex, because they want to live near the beach. Wilmington doesn't have a beach. We have a river, but nobody goes to the river to go swimming on a Sunday afternoon. We're in a unique situation up here. I believe we have a lot to offer people, but we have to catch their attention.
For those lucky enough to make it to the closing table, what are some of the challenges that you see happening? I know a lot of people have heard about waiving inspections, high transfer taxes. What do you guys see?
Same thing, there's all kinds of stuff going on. When you look at some of these offers that come through, $20, $30, $50,000 over ask, waive inspections, and they're going to make up the difference between the appraised value and the offer sheet. It's nuts. It really is. I don't know that it necessarily presents a challenge in getting to the table. My fear is for the people that are paying, way over asking, what's going to happen when the market, as Steve said earlier, it's cyclical. What happens when the market comes down and they've overpaid for that property? Where do they go? What do they do? What happens then?
It's going to be interesting. I sat down with an agent yesterday, Friday, at a settlement who said somebody paid $140,000 over asking for a house in Bear in cash. It just didn't make any sense. And yeah, that scares me, that everybody is paying way over list price for a house. And we all know this market, said it in 08, it just could not sustain the appreciation. I mean, back then it was 20, 25% a year. And we're to that point of 15% a year appreciation. We just can't sustain that. The economy can't sustain that. The people can't.
Yeah, most of my contracts are just like what you talked about, where they're coming with no inspections, etc. And I have one word when I talk to my clients, and that's buyer beware, because to buy a single family home, particularly one that is 10 to 20 years old, and not doing the due diligence that's required to make sure that you're buying something that's sound. But by the time they get to the settlement table, this is all usually resolved and not an issue. But that's a phrase I just use over and over again with my clients, and that is, this is how you have to get your contract. This is what you need to do to get your contract accepted. I am not advocating that you do this, but this is what, just give them the basic facts and let them make the determination of whether they are willing to take the risk at buying a property that, is $30, $40, $50,000 over asking price with no inspections. Buyer beware.
So I guess one last point before we wrap up, not everything's bad right now. We talked about a lot of negatives. What do you guys see in each county it's great? What do you see that you can share with clients that's great about where you're at and the future of real estate in your area?
Well, the people here are absolutely wonderful. That's one of my biggest selling points, especially people that are coming from urban areas where people are less friendly. So the people here are kind for the most part, and we have beautiful areas, and we've talked about the beaches, but we have some of the most fantastic state parks in the country, and they aren't national parks either. They are state parks. So Delaware has done a tremendous job of making our little state beautiful and friendly, where you can actually go up, be in a line at a grocery store and, say hello to our Lieutenant Governor, who's standing in the same line. So small and beautiful has its advantages.
I would echo that. George is absolutely right. One of the things we have going for us is, in fact, our people. You've heard the old 6 degrees of separation. Well, in Delaware, it's 2. Everybody knows everybody, or knows somebody that knows somebody. And, as soon as I say I'm from Delaware, oh, do you know so-and-so? Well, I really don't know everybody in the state, but, most of us know a lot of people. And I think for the most part, we are a pretty friendly group. while Newcastle doesn't have the beach, we do have a phenomenal park system. Anywhere, the county parks in Newcastle are just great. Anywhere where there's a stand of 3 trees, it's a county park. We have wonderful museums. We have culture. We have history. We have proximity to Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, and we're not all that far from New York. Claymont is going through a renaissance right now, right on the main line of Amtrak. It's a wonderful place to live, but again, we've got to make people aware of it. I think part of our problem is that we don't market ourselves well enough.
And to echo that again, yeah, I think it's a great place to live. I've always told clients living in Delaware, you are 2.5 hours from New York. You're an hour and 15 minutes from Baltimore. You're an hour and a half from DC. I mean, some of the best, most populated places on the East Coast with a heck of a lot of culture. But my 31-year-old daughter goes, why would anybody live in Delaware? And, again, George, the jobs, the things to do for young kids. Back when my kids were growing up, it was a different story for younger children. But where do we keep these millennials in this state? Is it the jobs? Is it the manufacturing jobs? Is it the, I don't know. I don't know the answer. Again, smarter people than I. But that's what, we are that aging group, that those people have come here over the last 15 years, the older people that are retiring here. And what's going to happen in another 15 or 20 or 25 years when that generation's gone? And that younger generation of my daughter that doesn't want to be here doesn't stay here. What's going to happen? And that's where we need to figure it out.
All right. Well, I want to thank all of you for joining today, and thank you for taking the time. We appreciate your insights. Thank you again.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it,
putting
Wes.
this together, Wes.
For having us.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Chuck.
See you guys.
See you
Tomorrow.
guys. Take care.
All right. So next up, I am thrilled to welcome Dr. Lawrence Yoon, a true legend in our organization. Dr. Yoon is from the National Association of Realtors, where he serves as our chief economist. He is responsible for a wide range of nationwide research activity, including NAR's existing home sales statistics, affordability index, and home buyers and sellers profile report. He participates in many economic forecasting panels, including the Wall Street Journal Forecasting Survey and the Industrial Economists Discussion Group at the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University. Dr. Yoon appears regularly on numerous financial newscasts, including C-SPAN's Washington Journal, and has testified before Congress. Today, Dr. Yoon will provide insight on the national real estate market, including the economics behind it all, especially some of the issues that were just covered. Dr. Yoon, thank you so much for joining us in Delaware today.
Great. Thank you, Wes, for inviting. I'm assuming the technology is working fine, so I will proceed, but just interrupt if something is not working. Great to hear the local flavor from the prior panel, or going over each of the county, what they are saying anecdotally. Wow, Delaware property tax difference. That makes me very tempting to move out of the DC area to go over to Delaware because the property taxes in the nearby area, as you know, the person actually mentioned Pennsylvania, but New Jersey, highest property tax, and it's just going short distance across the bay or around in the land. So it's very tempting related to what Delaware can offer in trying to draw new residents. Let me try to give you some ideas about where we are likely headed. There's a lot of discussion about potential recession. Are we going to face a recession? Last time we had a recession, it was actually the deepest recession in a long time. That foreclosure crisis we encountered roughly 15 years ago. So are we potentially have to prepare for that, or is that sort of off base given some differences this time around? The other issue is that home prices have just simply risen so much, irrespective of recession. Is home prices overvalued People offering $100,000 above list, those situations occurring. So are people being too overly exuberant? We see the shakiness of the stock market currently. And stock market is always one of the first reactionary component because people can transact stocks very quickly, while real estate, people need to digest the information more, people need a place to live, so it's not a quick reaction related to some new information that's coming out. People are saying maybe the inflation, the high inflation, we are completely frustrated. We are angry at high inflation, but could this lead to even higher mortgage rates? We're already facing more high mortgage rates, but where will the inflation turn? All this, I'm going to put it on a PowerPoint format because visually it's a little easier to follow through. So let me put that onto the screen. So bear with me 1 second. Okay, so here we are, but let me go to the front slide first. All right, so there's two lines here. The blue line is what you care about. That's the 30-year fixed rate mortgage. And you have seen the mortgage rate essentially coming up to 10-year high levels. In hindsight, you can say your clients who bought a home in the past 2 years, they were the lucky ones. They locked in at 3% mortgage rates, congratulations, and your monthly payment is fixed. Even as the rents are rising, some of the renters who have been postponing purchasing a home, now they're in a true bind. They are seeing rising rent, and the rents will increase in 1 year from now. 2 years from now, rents will continue to increase, while people who bought their home, their monthly payment is completely fixed. So the renters are angry and want to buy a home, but now they are facing much higher mortgage rates. The red line is not for realtors or for consumers, it is for the banking system. This is the Fed funds rate. This is what the Federal Reserve in Washington directly control. So on an evening news, when you see a flash news to say Federal Reserve has raised interest rates, they are referring to the red line, not the blue line. So Federal Reserve has begun to raise interest rates, as you can see in the latest data point that you see in 2022. But note how the blue line has reacted from that small change in Federal Reserve. Let's go back to history. Look at the red line, sometimes moving down, moving up, moving sideways, down, up, and so red line goes up and down. The blue line do not move proportionally. So right in the middle, for example, in 2004 to 2006, Federal Reserve steadily raised the red line, yet the mortgage rate barely budged. But this time is completely different. Federal Reserve has barely moved, yet the mortgage rate market is moving significantly. So why is this? Because of the communication from the Federal Reserve. They are saying that there will be many, many more rounds of rate increase for the remainder of the year and even going into 2023, next year. So the blue line is, in a sense, anticipating all this future rate hike by the Federal Reserve. So in one sense, you may say, perhaps the mortgage market has already priced in all the future decision by the Fed. In other words, maybe we are topping out in mortgage rate at the moment, or any changes from this point will be small because most of the increases have already occurred. So that's a possibility. Or the mortgage rate, again, do not follow the red line 1-to-1 ratio, so that could go in much higher than what the Fed has been doing. But you see the mortgage rate certainly higher. And this is 30-year fixed rate mortgage, the blue line is the same graph that I showed you, a little shorter time span from 2019 to 2022. So blue line is the 30-year fixed rate mortgage, what your clients took. And I know that because 90% of the people who took out a mortgage took a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. Very few people took adjustable rate mortgage. But some of your client may turn to 5-year adjustable because interest rates are lower. Now, we don't want to have a repeat of the subprime lending risky loan situation of 15 years ago, which then led to the implosion and the foreclosure crisis. This adjustable rate mortgage, the red line, is different. You have to meet sound credit quality requirements, high credit score, demonstrate your income, capacity to pay mortgages. So it's not those risky mortgages. Only risk is after 5 years, because 5-year adjustable just means that your monthly payment is fixed for the first 5 years. And after 5 years, it could be higher or it could be lower, depending on the market circumstance. So it would depend upon the market circumstance, but at least for 5 years it's fixed. Maybe it's ideal for young families, because usually the young households, when they buy a home, 5 years, 7 years, they begin to move again. Whether they have a child in the family, they are looking at the school district, they found a new job. So maybe the 5-year adjustable will make some sense for some young family, young households. But there is little risk, but it's carrying lower interest rates. We all have mortgage calculators. Let's do this simple exercise. So mortgage rates were 3% for the past 2 years. So on a $200,000 mortgage, monthly payment, principal and interest, not including property tax, would be $843. And at 4%, you see the number, $955. 5%, $1,074. So for the same house, you are taking out the mortgage, $200,000. For the same house, you are essentially saying, right now, the monthly payment has risen by more than $200 for the same house, for people who are buying now compared to, say, 1 year ago. But I have to add one additional change that occurred from 1 year ago. I put 6% and 10% just for some illustration. It is possible mortgage rate may hit 6%. Then again, you see high. 10% is probably not feasible, but I just put it there because I remember my parents who said they purchased their home at 15% mortgage rates. And how in the world at 15%? But they constantly refinanced downward when the mortgage rates were falling. So it's possible that you may enter the market, then refinance down when the mortgage rate change. But let's go back to your home buyer at $200,000 mortgage. The person who wants to buy, according to the data that I see from Delaware Association of Realtors, is that home prices have risen by at least 10%. So $200,000 mortgage will not do. You have to take out a $220,000 mortgage because prices have risen. So given that prices have risen, using $220,000 mortgage, and the latest weekly mortgage rate is not 5%, but 5.3%. So when you look at it, essentially the same house 1 year ago, $843 monthly payment, today it is $1,222. That is a 45% increase. That is a huge increase. Talk about, people getting angry at the gas station. Well, for people who want to buy a home, they are completely shocked. This increase of 45%, believe it or not, is not part of the consumer price inflation. So when you see the government officials saying, oh, inflation increase 8%, it's high, they are not even including this. This is not part of that number. But for your clients, this is what they are seeing, 45% increase in monthly payment. Just one consolation is to reach to your last year's client and congratulate them that they are not facing this. They bought it, right mortgage rates, in a very good condition, and they even have housing equity. Home prices increase, now they have some housing wealth along with that. So at least you can congratulate the clients of last year or 2 years ago But for today's client, they are facing a price sticker shock. So why is the mortgage rate high? Well, the mortgage rate is high because inflation rate is running high. And one of the job of the Federal Reserve, so if you were the chairperson of the Federal Reserve, what is your job? Your job is to assure that the economy is functioning right, meaning trying to lower the unemployment rate and contain inflation. And given that inflation is getting out of hand, you are saying, oh, I'm not doing my job. Well, I have to raise interest rate. So that's what they're doing, trying to raise interest rate to trying to contain inflation. And one big component of inflation today is oil prices, gasoline prices are very high, as you can see, very high. Diesel prices, truck drivers, imagine all the food delivery, delivering garage doors, all this interstate truckers, they're facing even higher prices because diesel prices have risen even faster than gas prices. I put that little three circle, maybe just a side discussion. The first little circle that you see is when the oil prices collapsed in 1988, when that happened. When that happened, Soviet Union collapsed. They were so dependent on oil revenue. When the oil prices fell, it simply collapsed. Therefore, you had Russia and Ukraine separating, along with other republics like Georgia, Estonia, and others. It totally collapsed because Soviet Union did not get the oil revenue. The second circle that you see, Russia were begging to IMF and World Bank, please help us out. Ruble, Russian currency had collapsed back then. So Russia was begging for help. But when the oil prices began to rise, Putin came into power and he could throw his weight around. The third little circle that you see, that is so brief. This is when COVID happened. Putin was not impacted because prices went back up quickly. So right now, believe it or not, the Russian ruble is much stronger against the US dollar compared to before the invasion of Ukraine. Because Putin is saying economic sanctions, all right, I will sell oil to China. I will sell it to India. I will sell it to South Africa. So European countries don't want to buy, Canada, US do not want to buy. I have other countries who wants to buy and I can sell it at a discount. I give them 10% discount, still I am raking it in. So Putin is at least getting revenue because oil prices are very high, while you are suffering because oil prices you are paying at the gas pump. So what is the prospect that oil prices may slide down? Well, it doesn't appear good because in order for the oil prices to go down, we have to increase supply of oil. This is the shipment of drilling equipment in the United States, The red line that you see is March 2020 when the COVID arrived. So before COVID, you see the drilling activity in America. And what's happening after COVID with high oil prices? Well, certainly Alaska, Louisiana, North Dakota could be raking in the money, job creation in America, and lower the oil prices for realtors who have to drive more than the general population. And lower inflation means lower interest rates. Fed do not have to be so aggressive. But this is saying, given that we are not drilling, high oil prices will be with us for a while. High oil prices means you are getting hit on the gas station and interest rates are higher. It's hitting your potential home buyers because Fed has to try to contain inflation, while all at the same time, Putin is still able to rake in the money. We have to be concerned about climate change, certainly along the beach houses, sea level rise, all that is very, very important. But we also have to be very realistic. Can we transition into green energy overnight? And answer is clearly no. It's going to take multiple years. So through that multiple years, we have to have right energy policy. Otherwise, excuse me, we will have this high inflation and high interest rate environment. Now let me turn to the job market. Fortunately, at least in the job market, we are improving with each passing day. So every month, since coming out of the lockdown. So you see the lockdown in April 2020, March 2020, and then we are creating jobs. So job market is at least improving. And if we face economic recession, it would be the most unique economic recession in America ever, because we have so many job openings. Blue line is help wanted sign. You see it on the restaurant, you see it at the construction site, even truck drivers. We don't have enough truck drivers. So there is job openings everywhere, while the red line is people without a job and looking for a job. So theoretically, an unemployed person could actually find 2 jobs in America. So if we have an economic recession, we are in a very unique situation. There is so much demand for labor and not enough workers who wants to work. So the very interesting situation. Now, if we look at the 50 state variation, because not all states have equal job market performance. Delaware is a small state. I know it's the first state because it's on the license tag. Every time I drive through I-95, I see a Delaware tag. I know you were the first to ratify the US Constitution. Delaware, small state, so I had to put it out on the right side, a little blue arrow, minus 1.7. So what does minus 1.7 mean? It means compared to the latest information, which is March 2022 versus March 2020, over a 2-year time span, latest versus pre-COVID days, Delaware is down 1.7% in jobs. Maryland is down 1.7, right below Delaware. New Jersey, minus 0.5. Pennsylvania, you have to go to the map, minus 2.3. The orange color states are the states that have actually more jobs today compared to pre-COVID. So Florida has more jobs, state of Maine has more jobs, Colorado has more jobs. So orange color state actually have more jobs now compared to pre-COVID. So Delaware, you can say, is slight underperformer compared to other states across the country, but at least is moving in the right direction. So here's the jobs in the Wilmington market. I think it may cover 1 county in Maryland and 1 county in New Jersey or even Pennsylvania. This is not the greater Philadelphia market, sometimes which includes Wilmington. So there is a subsection just looking at Wilmington. So Wilmington job market from year 2000 all the way to the latest is showing that sometimes there's a little fluctuation. Right in the middle, the low point, that's the foreclosure crisis when you lost jobs during the foreclosure crisis. But once that stabilized, there was job creation. And then COVID hit and you lost all that job creation and now trying to come out of COVID. But you can see you are not back to pre-COVID days. Again, Delaware is not yet back to pre-COVID days, but at least with each passing month, there's more job situation. Jobs in Dover, a little different because it's showing that foreclosure crisis was not as bad in Dover compared to the Wilmington market. And furthermore, it looks like Dover is almost back to pre-COVID days. It's much smaller market. Now, Wilmington is much bigger, smaller market, but relatively speaking, Dover market held up much better than the Wilmington market. This is just to illustrate, you may have heard in Nashville, home prices are going gangbuster, and it's due to this fast job creation, 400,000 jobs in past 10 years. Now they are facing infrastructure problem, the traffic jam getting really bad, construction cranes all over. I'm illustrating this just to show the importance of jobs to the local real estate market condition. Let me do the reverse of Nashville. This is Bridgeport, Sanford, Newark, Connecticut. And you're saying, where is that? I know where Connecticut is. But this is just right outside of New York City, Connecticut suburbs. So in Connecticut suburbs, they did not create jobs at all for 20 years. And then COVID hit, now they're trying to come out. So you would think that real estate market in Bridgeport area must be terrible. And answer is the following. Before COVID, real estate in Connecticut was terrible. One of the big laggards. They didn't have any price change at all. But post-COVID, it is booming. So even though the job market may not be booming, what's happening is that people in Manhattan are saying, oh, I can work from home. I don't have to go to downtown Manhattan. I'm going to buy a single family house in Connecticut suburbs. So the real estate is booming, even though the job market is not booming in the suburbs of Connecticut. So interesting development. So the COVID and its impact to the real estate. It's not only the jobs like Nashville, but somehow work from home is also impacting the real estate market condition. And this is the work from home data. So let's just focus on the red line. Red line is how many Americans are working from home full time, 100%. Before COVID, it was 9% of Americans. Then during the lockdown, it was half of America work from home. Then as we reopen the economy, you see the number is going down, it's 21% now. So you can say today there are still twice as many people working from home compared to pre-COVID. This is 100% working from home, not including the hybrid model, flexibility, come to office 2 days a week, other 3 days work from home. If we were to include that, the number may still be at the 50% level. So for someone who is working in Washington, if they have to come into office 2 or 3 days a week, but other time they can work from home, especially over the weekend, say Monday, Tuesday, plus Friday and the weekend, something like that, they say, well, Delaware sounds very interesting. So this work from home could fundamentally change the dynamics of the real estate decision, which location people want to choose. So it is, people are returning to work, but if we include the hybrid, I think the number was still hanging around at around 50%. This is the home price change in the Delaware region. So prices are up 15% from 1 year ago. You see this sharp increase. Last time there was this type of increase was back in 2005. Then you see what happened after 2005. Price appreciation slowed, and then it turned negative. Prices actually fell in the foreclosure crisis. So given that everything goes through a cycle, it is natural for realtors to see, are we potentially in for that? Certainly your clients are asking the question, and you should be able to respond to their concerns. Question, are we in a housing market bubble? And the way you should be responding is the following. Even though the graph looks similar, the fundamental background is much different. First, thank goodness, we don't have subprime lending. So we did not give mortgages for people who really did not qualify. People who are getting mortgages are of sound credit quality. Jobs are plentiful today. Of course, that could change, but at least jobs are plentiful in today's environment. Second big difference is that we don't have oversupply, building by the home builders, just excessive inventory. We have housing shortage. There was discussion about affordable housing. With housing shortage, it's really hard to get that affordable housing because prices are rising so strongly. So at least regards to the question, are we in a housing market bubble? At least you can say that, graph looks similar, but the fundamental background is different. No subprime lending and no overbuilding. This is the data from the Delaware Association. Wes showed me the website, very good. And in 2022, this is the data in March, the sales in Delaware declined 1.7%. Congratulations, because nationwide, it is down much more, 5, 6, 7%. So you are declining only modestly. Home prices, or at least the median prices, are up 8% from 1 year ago. The pending sale, but is down 11%, which may imply that closing sales could come down a little faster. But inventory is actually beginning to turn around. After the super tight inventory, now inventory at least appears to be turning around 1% increase. Minimal increase, but at least maybe this is the beginning of the more inventory to show up. The month supply is at 0.9, less than 1 month. That is still very tight market, not enough inventory. So it is still very, very tight supply market condition. Cash transaction has really been elevated, maybe due to the lack of inventory and the prevalence of multiple offers. And you advise your clients, if somehow you can get the cash to stand out in multiple offers. So cash deals are a little higher. And at least in cash deals, there's no chance of foreclosures. You don't pay a mortgage, well, there's no mortgage. So cash deals are a little higher now than before. Inventory, this is a national data, which most areas also follow. It's much lower than year 2000, much lower than the foreclosure crisis, very tight inventory, but maybe it will turn higher. And the reasoning is that home builders are building more. Even if these homes are not for the first-time buyers, it still helps loosen inventory because some of your trade-up buyers have been postponing decision, not enough inventory. But if the builders build that for the trade-up buyers, then the trade-up activity happens and they release their old property onto the market into the MLS. So through that chain reaction, you get more inventory. So this is just showing that the red line is historical average. Right before the foreclosure crisis, builders built too many homes, but the graph on this one is saying we have been underproducing for multiple years, and that's why it is fundamentally different in terms of the backdrop now versus before. Interesting survey by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. This is in February, so it's not very recent, but still is very illustrative. I wish they would take another survey soon to see some change in the data. So they asked consumers, given the huge price increases that have occurred, what do you think is going to happen to home prices over 1 year? And the consumers are saying, oh, I think prices will rise 5%, 5.1% on average. What about next year and beyond? Consumers think prices will only increase 2% a year. 2%, that's a little light, but they think the prices will rise. They are not saying prices will decline. What about rents? What do you think will happen to rents? They believe the rents will rise even faster. So we know that higher mortgage rate is bad news for buying home, but rising rent is also another motivator for renters to consider home buying even at higher interest rates. So they think the rents will rise even faster. And what about next year and beyond? Rents rising at 4%, twice as fast as home prices. Again, the consumer mindset. And the big question, considering rising mortgage rates, high home prices, rents, all that conditions, do you think buying a home is a good financial investment? 73% yes, 6% no, and the remainder with no opinion. So still overwhelmingly, people think buying a home is a good investment. I just want to illustrate this to indicate what your average potential clients are thinking. There's naturally variation among consumers, but on average, this is what the potential buyers are thinking. They don't like higher mortgage rates. So if they're not buying home, it's not due to lack of desire. They have a desire. This graph is showing desire. They may not have the financial capacity from higher mortgage rates, but they do have the desire to buy a home. So what to expect, my final slide, is that last 2 years have been quite good for real estate. This is the national figures. Delaware pretty much matches this trends. The sales increase in 2020, 2021, good years. Prices rising strongly. So the dollar volume increase, combination of unit sales and home prices increased solidly. But 2022 will be an year of transition. Home sales, once the year is done, will be down 9% in my forecast. Is it going to be 10%, 12%? Yeah, sure, it could happen. 8%, I'm just giving you what I think is likely to happen. And don't put 9% as the something that you want to bet money on. I'm saying roughly it's going to be down about 9%. Prices, based on the momentum, I think will still be up about 8%. So the dollar revenue will be essentially the same as last year. Then hopefully by 2023, job creation bring fresh set of buyers with mortgage rates stabilizing. So let's hope that's the case. But this is the overall outlook on the market. certainly related to the affordable housing, which was discussed in the prior panel, all needs to be considered. Things like building more apartments, building affordable housing, actual housing for people, say a nurse. You would say a person who is working at a hospital or a police officer, they should be able to buy in the local community. If they cannot buy, something is wrong. So if one cannot build housing that meets the middle income area, then one has to consider some policies. Is it a tax credit in terms of the building incentives, because numbers don't work, high material costs, labor regulation, is it some tax credit? Or is it actually providing some money to the developer to say, here's extra, 100,000 or extra whatever amount, build it, but assure that it is, as you can set it as slight discount compared to the market, given that we have given the money. So all that needs to be considered, but right now we need to build more supply coming onto the market. So thank you for giving me time. And again, I always appreciate, I visit Delaware at least once a year, given that, the geographic proximity to DC. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yun, and thank you for visiting us.
Yeah.
I got a few questions that came in no particular order. One of them is, over the last few years, Bitcoin did blow up and now Bitcoin crashed. Do you see Bitcoin impacting anything in the future at this point?
So Bitcoin, my son, who is a computer science person, he actually works for Amazon Web Service, all that kind of thing. He is big into Bitcoin. He was one of the early investors, so he was able to get in while it was low, and he's continued to accumulate more, even at high prices. I think he bought it when it was peak as well. So he's constantly buying, accumulating. I have zero Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. So we have a little generational philosophical difference. I think Warren Buffett believes Bitcoin is total fraud, while Elon Musk, the new billionaire, the wealthiest person, is huge on Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. I don't know how it will go, but there's what's going to happen, is really unclear on the direction. One of the things that the reporter's been asking me is about is it possible for a Russian to buy a real estate in Miami? Because they were very heavy in buying real estate in Miami and New York City using Bitcoin, because at least Bitcoin or cryptocurrency in theory provides anonymity. You don't know who they are. So can they still buy even with economic sanction? And people are unclear. So right now, it's interesting as to how the cryptocurrency could eventually play, but
do cash deal increases indicate more speculators, investors are entering the housing market?
So cash deals certainly favors people who are able to get their cash, and often we are seeing increased number of first-time buyers getting help from family members. Now, good for them that they are able to get some help, financial help from family members, but we also have to recognize American history, redlining, discrimination, and consequently, many minority families were unable to build wealth through housing. They could not buy a home, 40 years ago, and therefore they missed out on much of the wealth situation. So cash and family help, those are good for people who are getting, but at the same time, we have to recognize the fact that there are some people who are unable to get help from family members because of the past discrimination, and what do we do about it? So these are all difficult questions, I think, but something that the data is clearly illustrating that is that not only cash deals rising, but help from family members are also rising. And we also have to recognize the huge gap in the home ownership rate between the various racial groups.
Well, I think on that topic, home ownership, generational wealth, I know I've seen some presentations from you that touched on that number difference, that gap keeps increasing. Are you able to talk about a little about that?
Since the Fair Housing Act and, Dr. Martin Luther King, when he passed it, I, as an Asian, because many Asian immigrants came to the country, post the Fair Housing Act, they came in the 1970s, 1980s. Before that, you barely saw any Asians anywhere other than Chinatown in New York City and Chinatown in San Francisco. That's about the only place where you saw Asians before then. And then you say, why is there Chinatown? It's kind of interesting, fun to visit. Maybe I can buy a little souvenir. Well, because before the Fair Housing Act, Chinese cannot live anywhere. They could only live in that designated area called Chinatown. So Fair Housing Act actually opened up Asian to buy anywhere. So it really opens up. So Dr. Martin Luther King, really provided opportunity for more Americans to buy in the places where they want to live. But you look at the data from the Fair Housing Act in the 1960s all the way to today, and home ownership rate, say for African Americans, have moved little up, little down, but today is essentially the same. So overall home ownership rate has really not increased, which is clearly implying that we need to really begin to consider other aspects in terms of how to address. NAR certainly is in terms of trying to knock down any barriers to minority home ownership rate. For example, given that the rental population among minority households are much larger, and they're within the rental population, there are many people are financially capable, meaning that they're paying rents consistently on time. So we are working with Congress to say, change the credit scoring situation to say that if you can pay rent consistently without missing any, surely you are well positioned to get a mortgage. So things like changing the credit score based on rental payment or utility payments, and even understanding some of the implicit bias that could be out in the marketplace.
Thank you. Going back through the chat here, I know I missed a few, but how sustainable is the housing prices compared to wages given the ratio is higher than during the housing crisis?
So home prices have risen much faster than people's wages. That was partly justified by lower interest rates, but now we are out of that low interest rate environment, which makes it difficult. So we need to assure that home prices moderate, meaning that maybe grow only like 4% a year, like what the consumer expectation survey is implying, while the wages hopefully begins to outpace that. And the latest data on the wage growth is about 6-7% above 1 year ago. So if you're a large broker, you want to hire somebody, you have to pay about 6 or 7% more. Unfortunately for the workers, inflation rate is 8%, meaning whatever wage gain they are getting is being wiped away at the gas station and at the grocery stores.
So what do you see the Fed doing moving forward in the short term and long term?
They have indicated that they will be raising interest rate, probably another 2 percentage points, meaning that 8 rounds of rate increase, assuming each round is a quarter point increase, 8 rounds of rate increase. They're also doing something called quantitative uneasing. So what quantitative uneasing is, during the COVID uncertainty, Federal Reserve bought Fannie and Freddie mortgages. So your client got a mortgage, the mortgage originator sold it to Fannie and Freddie sold it to Federal Reserve. It's like a hot potato, you're constantly selling it, but that process made it more liquid. But if the Federal Reserve does not buy, then the Fannie and Freddie has to find other buyers. It could be Chinese government, it could be Goldman Sachs, it could be Delaware Teachers Pension Fund. They have to find other buyers, but that process requires paying higher interest rates, which means the consumers will be paying higher interest rates.
All right, well, thank you. Do you have any final thoughts?
Very good questions. Always enjoy talking to you. So thank you very much.
Oh, well, here's one more. Why is the Federal Reserve so slow in raising the rates right now?
So he's trying to keep that balance. They don't want to cause economic recession. Again, we are getting job creation, but they don't want to somehow lead to job cuts. So they are trying to balance between containing inflation without really harming the economy.
All right, Dr. Yoon, I appreciate it so much. Thank you for calling in today, and always appreciate your insights. You're always fantastic to listen to, and we always learn a lot from your forecasts. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, before we begin our next session, we do have a moment to recognize one of our other sponsors for today. They sent in a video, so this will be hopefully very easy. I want to thank Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit for sponsoring today, and I'm going to share their video if I can get it to work correctly.
This is the America we all depend on. These are the farmers who help build it. And every day, Farm Credit is here, just as we've been for more than 100 years, supporting rural communities and agriculture with reliable, consistent credit and financial services. In good times and bad, we provide loans to America's farmers and ranchers, farmer-owned cooperatives, rural homebuyers, agribusinesses, and rural infrastructure providers. From spring thaw to first frost and all the weather in between, Farm Credit understands the challenges and rewards that come with farming. We help agricultural producers feed the world and rural economies thrive. Our infrastructure lending helps provide rural towns with access to clean water, modern telecommunications, and reliable energy, ensuring rural families and businesses have the resources they need to prosper. We're cooperatives, locally owned and governed by our customers. So our commitments go beyond finances. We are deeply engaged members of our communities, supporting local 4-H and FFA chapters, farmers markets, and community services for the future of America's farmers and the food they provide to families every day. Farm Credit will be there. Learn more today.
All right, thank you to Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit. All right, our next guests join us from the University of Delaware to talk about a critical issue that we have touched on today, and that is the issue of affordability. I welcome Sean O'Neill, a policy scientist for the Institute for Public Administration at the Joseph R. Biden Jr. School of Public Policy and Administration. He manages numerous community initiatives, including DelDOT projects involving infrastructure and future impacts. And with him is Dr. Stephen Moreau, Associate Professor and Director of the Center for Community Research and Service at the University of Delaware. Dr. Moreau is a pioneer in the use of administrative and survey data to assess housing outcomes and impacts among homeless and formerly homeless households. Welcome to you both.
Thank you, Wes.
Thanks, Wes. Yeah, thanks. And Steve, I think, is going to go first here, and then I'll go.
I will go first. So I will say thank you for letting me and my colleague Sean speak to you this morning about affordable housing. I've been enjoying this summit so far. The session's been great. I've learned a lot. Also got some ideas. I've prepared some things to say and kind of getting ideas that I want to work into it. So I'll try and do that. That's always kind of the sign that that things are going well here. Also thanks. I appreciate all the attention that affordable housing has gotten here during the summit already, and we're going to talk a bit more about it and kind of unpack some things. And so this is I'm as Wes mentioned, I'm a professor at the Joseph Biden School of Public Policy Administration at the University of Delaware, and at the University of Delaware, I direct the Center for Community Research and Service. CCRS is active in a variety of programs, which includes a housing program in which we partner with our sister center at the Biden School, which is the Institute for Public Administration. And I'll do the first half of the session, and then Sean, who's from the Institute of Public Administration, will do the second half. And so give me a second here to get my PowerPoint up, and there we go. And so basically, I think you'll find that my and Sean's presentations are going to be very different in format. My presentation, I think, is going to have each slide headed with somewhat of a hot take covering something that I think is important for getting a basic understanding of affordable housing issues in Delaware. And in contrast, Sean's presentation is going to drill down more into what are some of the key dynamics of housing affordability in Delaware. So if you want to look at our respective presentations within the context of water sports, I'll be going water skiing while Sean will be doing some deep sea diving. And with that, let me hang on, make sure. Okay, there we go. Better. Yeah. Okay. My first hot take is that homelessness is a bellwether for affordable housing in Delaware. And here I'm starting off with what is most familiar to me, as most of my own research involves homelessness in one way or another. So I do a lot of research on housing and homelessness, and that's kind of a much different corner of housing than a lot of you all are involved with. And I'm kind of going to argue that there is a connection here in kind of looking at trends with what I focus on and what things that have come up so far in the summit. And this slide is also ripped from the headlines, as today Housing Alliance Delaware is releasing results from this year's homeless point in time count. The point in time count, also referred to as a PIT count, is an annual count of all the people who are homeless on a given night in January. It's far from a perfect count, but it gives some idea of the size of the homeless population and whether or not this population is increasing or decreasing from year to year. And without going into detail, as the figure on the slide shows, this is the second straight year that the homeless population size in Delaware has shot up to where the population has essentially doubled since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The 2022 number on this figure, like I said, is being released today. And I take this number as a bellwether or a canary in the coal mine of affordable housing. Much more goes into homelessness than housing, but housing, or the lack thereof, lies at the core of homelessness, a sort of common denominator to the various paths that lead to this extreme state of deprivation. And for every individual and family that are experiencing homelessness, there are countless others who are precariously or unstably housed, living doubled up with friends and family because they can't afford their own place, or paying high proportions of their income towards housing expenses, and are one crisis away from homelessness. When the homeless population size increases, therefore, it likely mirrors a similar increase in the numbers of this much larger unstably housed population. Additionally, research that I did last fall shows that the length of time people stay homeless is increasing too, as even with a housing voucher and a job, people who are homeless are having a much more difficult time finding housing that they can afford and that will accept a rental voucher. And this is kind of a trickle down in that as the supply tightens with housing, less people buy and more people stay in the rental market. And so the rental market kind of tightens up. And then as the rental market tightens up, it's those people who are least able to compete in that market who are going to get squeezed out, and a certain proportion of those folks then end up becoming homeless. And this is increasing. And so I'm kind of seeing that kind of all aspects of that ladder that I just laid out are also going to be increasing. The last slide looked at the measure of extreme cases of affordability and how this metric is increasing. And here I'm going to back up and address the basic question of what is housing affordability? Or put more directly, how do we measure housing affordability? The most widely used measure of housing affordability is a simple one and is expressed in terms of burden. It does so by comparing housing expenses to housing income. And simply put, you take housing expenses and divide it by monthly gross household income, which is rent or mortgage plus utilities. This is something that you can probably do using the back of an envelope and a calculator. When I do it for my personal household, it comes out to about 15%. And compare the number that you get for your household to long-standing guidelines from the U.S. Department of Housing and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which states that a household should spend no more than 30% of their household income on housing costs. It's 30%, keep that in mind. Anything more than 30% and a household is considered cost burdened, meaning that they are spending more than they should be on housing expenses. And as a result, this makes it more difficult to pay for other expenses that they face. At this point, affordability becomes an officially recognized problem. Looking at my personal situation, this benchmark strikes me as conservative, as 30% would mean that my housing expenses would have to essentially double before being considered cost burdened. And that means by this 30% criterion, my household budget would long since have been blown out of the water. Along with this 30% threshold, there's a further threshold. If your household pays over 50% of gross income, and that's half of your income on housing costs, you're considered extremely cost burdened. At cost burden, at 30%, your household finances are off balance and any change in expenses threatens your ability to pay rent, mortgage, or utilities. But at extreme cost burden, or 50%, every month becomes a juggling act of paying for housing and still having enough to pay for the rest of your expenses. And increases in expenses means this whole house of cards is likely to come down. And for this group, inflation, which is kind of, we've all noticed, which has all hit our budgets, inflation and the rising costs, not only of rent, but of everything else becomes particularly pernicious, and it becomes much more difficult to keep to keep everything balanced. In the graphic on this slide, not surprisingly, cost burden and extreme cost burden are more prevalent among lower income households. The less income you have, basically the less house you're going to be able to afford. And the next slides are going to break this down a bit for two groups on this slide. First, I'll talk about those in extremely low income households. And this is typically not a home. This is, predominantly renter households. It is not, not people in this group are not basically, customers for realtors or, going, looking at homeowners. And I'll talk more about those first, and those are in the bars all the way to the left. And then I'll look more closely at the low income group, which is the second group from the right. And again, as the first session indicated, this demographic overlaps a lot more with people who are also in the market for home ownership. So this slide gives a bit more information on housing affordability among the poorest of the poor, which we'll call extremely low income households. It is not surprisingly among this demographic that affordable housing problem is the most acute. It is also the slide where I will throw the most numbers at you, but I'll try to do this in a way that doesn't get too confusing. Extremely low income households are those that receive income that is less than half of what is, in this case, the state's median income. The amount of such income varies by size of household, but in Delaware, this includes all four-person households receiving an annual income of $26,200 or less. These households are predominantly renters, and there are 26,430 extremely low-income renter households in Delaware. As shown in this previous slide, the vast majority of these extremely low-income households, 87%, are cost burdened, and 73%, that's about 3/4 of these households, are extremely cost burdened. If you remember, extremely cost burdened means spending more than half of your income on housing costs. So 3/4 of Delaware's extremely low income households are also extremely cost burdened. And who are these 26,000 some odd households? The pie chart on this slide shows that large slices of them are elderly, are working poor, and are disabled. Many of these households have incomes that are low enough to where they will never be able to afford housing without some kind of a subsidy or other assistance. And this is also the pool of households from which most of the homeless population comes from. And lastly, remember this 18,000 number. These are the number of additional housing units that would need to come online to resolve the housing affordability issue for this group collectively. Such housing is not market housing in that it will require subsidies to either build or to pay for. So here, the title of this slide is taken from a recent Delaware News Journal article about housing affordability in Delaware and paraphrases the comments of a Delaware State Housing Authority spokesperson. If you remember the 18,000 households from the last slide who need affordable housing, compare this to the number of affordable housing units being built, which numbers in the hundreds. The contrast is clear. The number of units being built is not anywhere near the magnitude needed to address the need. There are other efforts to develop new affordable housing, both on the state level through tax credits and other assistance by the State Housing Authority, and most prominently through the Housing Trust Fund established by Sussex County and earmarks $30 million of federal COVID-19 relief money in Newcastle County. The picture here in this slide is an architect's rendition of what is known as the Reach Riverside housing development. And Charles Lax, who was speaking before, mentioned this development as well. And this is a hugely important project. It's something that's underway and it's slated to build 600 affordable housing units by the time it's done. That's a very impressive number. This project is highly touted and rightfully so. But there need to be tens of projects like Reach Riverside to meet the demand for housing such as this. So while there are initiatives that represent a real effort to address this problem, but so far the output from these efforts have yet to generate the levels of housing needed to move the needle, given the 18,000 unit demand. So going to shift here with this slide to the quote unquote low income group on the previous slide, which I have shown again in the inset here. Low income here is defined as about 50 to 80% of area median income. And these are households whose income is typically just over the poverty income guidelines. These households are also referred to as ALICE households. ALICE is an acronym that stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. The United Way describes ALICE households as having income above the federal poverty level, but below a basic survival threshold, which gets defined as the ALICE threshold. ALICE households earn too much to qualify as poor, but are still unable to make ends meet. They often work as cashiers, as nursing assistants, office clerks, servers, laborers, and security guards. These types of jobs are vital to keeping Delaware's economy running smoothly, but they do not provide adequate wages to cover the basics of housing, childcare, food, transportation, healthcare, and technology for these ALICE workers and families. And I think particularly George Thomason, when speaking earlier about the kind of the bread and butter constituencies of realtors in Sussex County, that demographic is kind of very much overlaps with this demographic that I'm talking about here. As you can see from the slide, there are substantially more ALICE households than there are households that are in extreme poverty in Delaware. And just under half of the households meeting the description of ALICE are cost burdened, which again means that they spent more than 30% of their gross income on housing. This means that, as mentioned in a United Way of Delaware report, and if you Google ALICE and United Way of Delaware, you come up with the report. It's well worth reading, especially kind of given the overlap with people in the homeowner market. Such households are often faced with the choice of paying more than they can afford, or to pay less in housing costs, and who live in places where they face longer commutes to work. And this kind of moving to affordable housing and combining that with longer commutes, that's been a theme that's come up several times this morning. But in addition to longer commutes, there are also areas that are often have lower quality schools, or where the housing is more substandard. And that's and in the case of African-American households, the housing options they have to access often means that they will more likely to live in racially segregated neighborhoods. ALICE households could benefit most from a broader variety of lower cost market housing options, including increased supply of multifamily housing. There are, however, substantial barriers to developing such housing, including zoning restrictions in many localities that restrict development to single family housing, and local opposition to developing such housing for fear of its impact on property values or quality of life, a dynamic known as NIMBY. And Sean is going to talk more in detail about these obstacles in his presentation. So to wrap up, and this is my last slide, housing affordability is a widespread problem in Delaware. There's a boom in single family housing, particularly in eastern Sussex County and in just kind of throughout Newcastle County, both in the northern area and kind of more in the Middletown area, as mentioned earlier. But on the other side, there's also a boom in homelessness nationwide. These are represented on this slide, both in the right and the left ends of this housing continuum, respectively. The solutions to this problem are simply put to develop more of the types of housing that are in the middle of this continuum. And I want to emphasize this. It's simple to state this, but the actual solutions are much more complex. And there's also not one single solution. It's a combination of a lot of different types of solutions. And this is simply to state this is simple to state, but it's a wickedly complex problem to put these solutions into action. But prerequisite to this has been there needs to be a political will to undertake such measures. And while concern is increasing that the problem is becoming more acute, there is currently neither the political will that I'm seeing nor the public concern to the level where this is a problem that is getting the attention statewide that it deserves, or where solutions can be enacted despite the resistance that they will face. It's kind of a combination. You have a housing crisis that is very immediate, that a lot of people on this call are aware of, and it's a crisis where a lot of times the solution is something that is kind of years off. I mean, to the extent where housing development doesn't just happen overnight, it takes years to kind of lay the groundwork, get the financing, and to actually do the construction. But this is, a problem that ideally would get solved tomorrow. So you kind of have that mismatch. Dr. Young talked about inflation and its impact on housing costs. Again, this means that more people are going to be kept out of the homeowner market means they're going to stay in the rental market, which makes the rental market tighter, not to mention the increases of rent that are going to make it much harder for people on the lower end of the income distribution to be able to afford any kind of housing. And so basically, as we have a large invisible population that's struggling for decent affordable housing, that becomes more visible on days like today, where news breaks, like I shared in my first slide, and I'll kind of come around full circle here, that the size of the homeless population has doubled in the past 2 years. And kind of this is as good an indicator as any about the work that's needed in this area. And with that, I'll hand the presentation over to Sean. And I'll do my stop share. And
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Let me get my presentation up here. So just want to thank Delaware Association of Realtors and Wes for having us here today. Happy to focus on this topic. Happy to hear that, it's come up before. Not that it's a nice topic to have or a nice issue to have, but something that, we think does need more focus. And appreciate the intro from Dr. Metro there. He's a pretty busy guy, so happy that you were able to do this and put this together, Steve. And like I said, I work with University of Delaware Institute of Public Administration. We're a center in the School for Public Policy. Steve is the director of the Center for Community Research Service, which is another center. Steve is a faculty member, teaches classes. I'm a staff member. I don't teach, but I work a lot with local governments and state agencies on applied research projects, mostly related to planning and zoning, and other real estate and planning related issues. So just to kind of touch on the affordability crisis, Steve talked a lot about it there, sort of the basis for this. And on the graph on the right, I think the key demographic there is that 35 to 44 age group. You can see home ownership rates have declined, while home ownership rates for elderly populations have increased. And it's a really complex problem. I guess the big picture of what I'll talk about today is that, unfortunately, based on the data and reports we're seeing, it doesn't look like this is a problem that's likely to go away anytime soon. There are a lot of reasons why we have this affordability crisis and home ownership crisis, and these are some of them here on this slide. There's growing income disparity. Entry-level middle-income housing is really not getting built. It's not because people don't want to build it. It's because the dynamics of the market have changed, so that it's just not it's not something that's profitable enough to pursue as it was in the past. A key part is that not enough density is allowed in high demand locations. So we're not really allowing the market to meet the needs of the demand that's out there. There's other restrictions to new development, not just kind of density in high demand locations, but there are other things, increased code issues and fees and other things. And the larger luxury homes have been a growing portion of the market, while the income disparity is growing. So it's causing kind of a bottleneck in the middle and bottom part of the market. So this is a slide, I think it's actually from National Association of Realtors report from a few years ago. And I like kind of the story that it tells here. It's you can kind of see, you're looking at construction cost index, median home price, consumer price index, and median household income. And you can see, they're relatively aligned kind of up until the early 2000s, when median home prices kind of, blew up with the bubble that we saw in the 2000s. Bubble burst and things kind of unravel a little bit there. But what we've really seen is over the past decade, the median household income has not kept pace with median home price. And in the meantime, construction costs have gone up. And if we were to update that for today in 2022, kind of the bad news of that is that median household income has not increased at a great pace, while median home price, construction costs, and consumer price index have all kind of skyrocketed. So the issues that this kind of highlights have only gotten worse. So focusing a little bit more specifically on Delaware, this slide kind of points to the fact that we're just not building enough, and it's not really an issue that's specific to Delaware. It's kind of nationwide. There are a lot of reasons for it. Some of it's related to the fact that we've kind of built out our metro areas, and it's harder to build in areas that are already developed. The green fields that are there, that were there, just not there anymore. But you can kind of see the drop off. You hit the high between the 2000 2010 decade. And even with all the construction that's happened in Sussex over the last 10 years or the last decade, it's still not keeping pace with prior decades. So, and that's both for sale and rental. Also these new units, as I said before, are increasingly focused towards the wealthy and retirees. So there's also, kind of some changes in both needs and desires kind of happening in the market. It's a little bit of a generational thing. This doesn't directly tie into some of this, but a lot of times you hear people talk about, they're 25-year-olds living in their basement. Well, they're not living in their basement usually because they want to. They're doing it because they can't afford to go anywhere, or they feel like they can't. There's increasing housing cost burden for both owners and renters. There are fewer married couples with kids than there were in the past. So, the way that we build and design our communities really should be changing a lot more than it has been, or than it is. A lot of surveys point to the fact that younger adults kind of prefer smaller homes and different style communities. Older adults also say they want smaller homes and walkable areas. But we're not changing the way that we build communities for the most part, and there are clear financial reasons for that. It's not because people don't want to build these areas, but it is an issue that needs more focus and hopefully can get addressed. So this is from the Delaware Population Consortium, looking at population cohorts over time. And this would be, sort of your primary home buying demographics. And so, not to be, too negative here today, the good news is that prime home buyer demographic, that 30 to 39, again, based on population consortium projections, is going to outpace the 25 to 34 and 20 to 29 in the future. If you look at kind of the center of the graph, that gray line, we're at 2020, and so that demographic is growing, and so there should continue to be, that prime home buying demographic looking to buy new homes out there, which is good news for the home buying market. The flip side of that is that the 75 to 84 demographic and kind of all the older demographics from 65 and above are increasing at a rapid pace, which I think was mentioned earlier, and it's kind of drastically outpacing the growth in the 30-39 markets. So part of what that does there is it creates a little bit of a bottleneck as people age in place, which is probably what most people aging will do and will do more often in the future. And so it just creates even more of a need, more of a demand for more units to meet that demand. So, part of what I wanted to touch on here today is what comes next. So we know there's a problem. What can we do about it? And unfortunately, the answers are not easy. And it's probably going to take some time if we can change the dynamic. But there are some things to point to. So there's an Urban Institute report came out a few years ago that I thought was really interesting. It's called The Future of Headship and Homeownership. And part of what the report really highlighted was that the expectation is that the home ownership rate, and this is nationally, will continue to drop over the next 20 years. And it's for all the reasons that I mentioned before, for the most part: growing income disparity and just not enough supply across the board, and not at the levels where we need it. Renter growth, as this graphic sort of shows, is expected to double the rate of growth of homeowners. And again, the solutions are unfortunately pretty complex and difficult. I think part of what this is likely to lead to, and I've seen it in my neighborhood a little bit, not a lot, but I think you're probably likely to see more single family neighborhoods have some renter households. It's just, if we're not building enough renter or rental units in other places, the market's going to create the space for that. So how do we improve the situation? This is not me. This is from a ULI survey of developers. And their answers were, increased density, relief from local requirements, like I mentioned before, other code kind of restrictions, requirements, and local community support for more new development. Those are kind of the top three pretty clear answers here, and can get into that a little bit more, but it's not, you can kind of understand, you live in Delaware, you're selling real estate, you understand the market. It's difficult to do these things. It's difficult to make these changes, and it's largely not supported by a lot of the community in the market at this point. So to what Steve said before, I did want to touch on, I think a big part of this issue that I think does not get enough attention is this dynamic of kind of NIMBYism, the not in my backyard kind of reactionary, thing we see from communities, again, not just in Delaware, other places too. I've lived in Maryland, I worked in Chester County, I've seen it, a lot of other places, but it does, it is pretty prevalent here in Delaware. So to help change the dynamic, again, this is a big ask, but we're talking overtime, is to try to educate people about these issues and develop and mobilize advocates that can support new housing development in areas when they come up and they're proposed, rather than only hearing from the people that are very angry about it, will show up to meetings and all the rest. How to do this, there are a lot of good things about building new housing. It provides more jobs. You're providing, workforce housing in a lot of cases, not even talking about, affordable housing, in terms of subsidy, just building more rental units or more, townhouse kind of developments. You're building to a price point that's going to help support, your teachers, nurses, firefighters, policemen, people that we need supporting the community. And local businesses benefit from it. If you have more people with expendable income kind of moving into an area, it's good for the local businesses. So, we need to highlight some more of those positive aspects. And then we also need to understand, I think the term NIMBY is probably played out at this point. I think the term that some people are using more often now, the term neighborhood defenders, probably better characterizes what we see as a reaction from some of these groups. And you do that by trying to correct any misinformation or fears from people. It's really a fear reaction that people have to this a lot of the time: fear of change, fear that it's some kind of going to kind of damage their neighborhood or property values. And most often those just aren't the case. And so you want to kind of meet people at an emotional level. Too often we try to, kind of address these concerns with facts and figures and numbers and projections, and that just doesn't really help most of the time. You really need to just understand why people are reacting the way they are, and meet them kind of in the middle and negotiate those conflicts of interest. So this is a graphic that was actually part of a zoning change in Portland, Oregon. Now, a lot of times you talk to people in Delaware and they'll say, Portland, Oregon. Well, this isn't intended to say like we're going to do exactly this in Delaware. It's just intended to kind of give you an idea of some of the changes that, are likely to start coming up, I think, as this issue continues to rear its head over the next, 10, 20 years. So what they did there is they took all their single family zoning in the city, and they changed it to allow all these other uses and all these other options. So accessory dwelling units, kind of relief on parking standards, increased accessibility for people aging in place and people with needs, family sizes changing so that they allow 4 and 6 plexes. So increased density for a new developer with the ability to provide an affordable unit. Basement apartments, reducing the maximum size of houses. So you're not having, kind of massive McMansions built as the only kind of thing that comes into the market. So there are some kind of creative ways we can address this, but you can imagine if you propose this in a lot of places, anywhere, but particularly in Delaware right now, you'd get a lot of fight and pushback from people that don't want that in their neighborhood. So a final slide here. This is, just another one to kind of point to what we're likely to see. And this is, California has a much bigger housing affordability issue than a lot of places do. New York's the same way. And these are all the housing bills over the last couple of years that have been proposed in California. I think there are over 100 of them. You can't see all of them very well in here, I realize, just the way the PDF popped up. But, there are lots of things that people are trying. Some of them good, some of them not so great. You get people at the state level that are trying to address issues at the local level, particularly kind of the NIMBYism aspect that I was talking to. So, again, this is an issue that is unfortunately not likely to go away. And, I think the easiest thing that we could do is to just start building more units, particularly, rental units, smaller size units, and subsidized units, which, requires funding from the state and federal government. So again, not easy issues to address, but if we don't address, it's just going to keep getting worse over the next couple of decades, unfortunately. So thanks again, Wes, for the ability to present here. Steve and I are really, passionate about this topic. We kind of came together to partner our two centers, I guess, probably December 2019, because we just saw that it was becoming a big issue, and it's something that we wanted to provide, research and knowledge, and to just sort of, help the community as we could. And then once COVID hit, things got kind of drastically worse. And so we've been even more engaged, with various groups and studies in the state since then. So just want to thank you again for the ability to present here, and thanks for your presentation too, Steve.
And thank you, Sean. And we're also very interested in, kind of one of the things we've been doing since we've been collaborating is going to a lot of the state at first in person, and now kind of more virtually via Zoom than in person, and just kind of listening to different perspectives in housing. And like I said, personally, this is kind of an area that I'm familiar with, but not to the extent of the people here. So if there's any interest, we'd love to hear your perspective, and I can put my email in the chat, and Sean, you can put yours if you're up for it. And by all means, reach out either if you have questions or if you have something to say, or just enjoy talking about a topic that chances are we're all very much into. So thank you.
Agree with that. And then if you don't think of it today, you can always email Wes, and he can get you in touch with us as well. So thanks again.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate that. Everybody knows that housing affordability is the issue of the day.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us, and perfect timing because we are on time still. So that's great. Thank you again, guys.
Thank you.
So we're going to shift gears a bit. Now we're going to go to the commercial and industrial side of real estate, not just residential as we've covered so far this morning. It's definitely commercial, industrial, very much impacted by the pandemic. So it's going to be very interesting to see the insights for our next few guests. So joining us next is Mr. Jay White. He is the president of the Commercial and Industrial Realty Council, and he's also the president of Apex Realty Advisory, which he founded in 2009. He has over 30 years of real estate valuation, advisory, and consulting experience with local and national firms. And I'm so glad to welcome you, Jay. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Wes. I appreciate it. Thanks to our sponsors and the other presenters as well. What I want to do today is I want to go ahead and go down. Let me see if I can technologically make this work. Wes, you want to go ahead and pull it up?
I don't believe I have yours.
I sent it this morning, but let me see if I can make this work.
There you go.
Is that working?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So what I want to go down through today is sort of the three really big components here. One is sort of the economic landscape, where we're at, and what's fueling the economic backdrop of commercial real estate. Then we'll get into the fundamentals across the various food groups. And then we'll also cover the investment marketplace and what's going on in the state. So first, let's go down through the economic landscape. You can see here in this slide, where GDP nationally grew at 5.7% in 2021. And I'm not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, but this is merely here to set the backdrop that we've really come into an economic slowdown into the first quarter, primarily to the trade deficit. We also have issues as it relates to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and obviously our inflationary pressures, which we're dealing with day to day. So, and of course, how do we get there as far as inflation? Well, the lower interest rates over the past few years really supported additional economic growth and consumer spending across all spectrums, including housing, which we've been talking about today and this morning. And so, what's happened now is the Federal Reserve stepped in, as Dr. Yoon mentioned, and they're adjusting monetary policy to try to combat inflation. And the way they do that is to make federal funds rate hikes of 50 basis points each time. And they're making the cost of money and borrowing more expensive to try to hit the brakes for consumer spending. So still at a 5.3% interest rate, that's still low historically. I think one of the slides that Dr. Yoon showed, it's not making people comfortable, but it's not out of the ballpark on a long-term historic basis. So we need to adjust to our new interest rate environment. And I think the individuals and people are doing that. The labor markets obviously are rebounding slowly. There is a strength of the US dollar. Warren Buffett says it best, you don't bet against America. And obviously the recessionary fears are overblown, but we're going to have slower growth going forward. That sets the landscape for the fundamentals of the marketplace. And you can see here in this slide, this goes ahead and shows the commercial real estate fundamentals across the state. And you can see the one retail, we have about 55 million square feet of inventory, which works out to about 55 square feet for every resident, man, woman, and child in the state, which seems a little bit high. And you can see correspondingly, the vacancy rate, though, has gone down. And you can see the 10-year range being between 4.6 to 6%. So those numbers fundamentally are good. We don't have excessive vacancy. We have some additional construction going on, and average asking rents remain steady. And we've had positive absorption over the past 12 months. For the office side, we have a little bit over 47 million square feet in the state, and about 75% of that's located in Newcastle County, because it's known as the head for corporate headquarters, as well as home to finance and legal services. And then, as mentioned earlier by the Lieutenant Governor, that there's different markets in each county and what each of those serve. Remember, office is a broad bandwidth of the sector. It includes medical, urban, suburban office. There's a variety of office types that fit into that. There's different classes, Class A, Class B, Class C, as far as ratings. So you can see that the marketplace is still operating at an elevated vacancy rate of almost 10% as of the first quarter, but that's still in line with the 10-year average in the range, which is roughly 8 to 11%. We do have new space under construction at about 450,000 square feet, and the average asking rate is about $24.11 a foot. The absorption's been positive over the past 12 months. Obviously, this sector has really had its own set of challenges, in addition to the microeconomic ones we've discussed, which are the remote working. A lot of people haven't returned. Dr. Yoon showed 21% of the nation hasn't returned to their offices. And there's clearly a generational cultural shift as people want flexibility now, and they're going to be offering remote working and roll into the office a few times a week, which is obviously going to cause issues in the office sector as far as how things unfold on the demand side from a tenant's perspective. The smarter tenants right now in the marketplace are wanting to lock up long-term into leases if they can judge what their demand needs are on a going forward basis. But obviously it goes back to the economics that I mentioned earlier. It's getting people from the labor force into their rumpuses in an office building seat So this sector is going to likely slowly unfold over the next 2 or 3 years as far as how we get back to baseline. And obviously, I'll talk about that a little bit. You can see some of these other things I've written here, how the retail sector that I just went over, and that retail sector is also the restaurant industry. And it's really had to adapt tremendously. Because remember, the pandemic was an accelerator of change, and it caused a lot of change in the retail world. And those retailers that failed to manage those changes in consumer preferences and wants and desires suffered, and especially the larger ones that had growing debt levels. And so department stores and bigger boxes were really at risk. And you've seen that where a lot of companies collapsed and went bankrupt in the subsequent quick recession caused by COVID-19. And luckily that's been backfilled by a lot of different retailers on a national basis. And that sector is also going to get rethought. Larger malls that are failing and the retail centers with large vacancies are going to get redeveloped, repurposed, rethought. Now the industrial sector, these last two sectors, the industrial and the multifamily, they're really the little darlings, if you will, nationally and locally. You could see the industrial sector at 58.9 million square feet of inventory, and it's growing. And it's very active thanks to the vis-a-vis e-commerce and that last mile. Consequently, rates, you can see the vacancy rate very low at 2.6%. That's indicates a very tight marketplace. Just for everybody's edification, generally speaking, the rule of thumb is a 10% vacancy rate is a sort of market norm that shows the marketplace is stable. So you can see the long-term range has been 3.5 to 15% of vacancy for the industrial sector, and we're way below that at almost 100 basis points. Consequently, there happens to be no space under construction, although there is a big play in the state, across the state, to have land grab. There's a lot of land that's even zoned commercial that's going to be repurposed into industrial space. Tri-State Mall is a good example of that. It was 41 acres, was purchased, it was zoned CR in Newcastle County. It's been demolished. It's going to be rebuilt with not a multimodal, but it's going to be a cross-dock warehouse of about 500,000 square feet. Not necessarily what the neighborhood wanted, but it's sort of what the market dictates, because rental rates are going up, and you can see that absorption, 7.1 million square feet of industrial absorption over the past 12 months is tremendous. So there's obviously a tremendous need and demand, and consequently it's pushing up rental prices. Again, back to the economics I talked about earlier, the inflationary market has pushed up the costs of everything, including labor, construction labor, and construction costs. And consequently, it's bleeding into the rental rate. The demand is on the one side, and the other side is the supply side. The pricing is getting pushed up of the constructing new facilities, and consequently it bleeds into the rent. The multifamily, you can see we have about 68,000 multifamily units across the state, and it's operating as well at a historical low at a 2.5% vacancy rate. There's about 1,800 units that are under construction, and the average asking rent is $1,333 per month, and we have positive absorption. It's interesting to see that Delaware, our first state, is very great in demand for housing, as people, a lot of in-migration to the state, as people are starting to realize, as was mentioned earlier, and I'm just reiterating, that people are starting to realize they can work from anywhere. And so consequently, those people that are moving from New Jersey or New York or the Washington, D.C. area corridor are, coming to new construction of multifamily in Sussex County. There's a huge pipeline there. I pulled the stats because everybody likes facts and figures. And I looked at UpNest, and Delaware was ranked number 3 in the US between August 2020 and August 2021 with 9,311 housing permits. Those single family permits represented 36% of that activity. And multifamily represented about 1,200 of those 9,300 housing permits. So you can see there's a big, on the residential side, there's a big demand factor that's going in there to increase the absorption, push up average rents, and get developers to construct additional units. See the next page here. Some of these things I've already talked about. You can see how people are trying to balance the flexibility from working from home and returning to the office. So the office fundamentals are going to suffer in the longer term as we start to adjust. The thought there is if new companies come into the marketplace, they'll backfill some of this space that gets left empty as people right size. You can see the industrial market's very poised for additional growth because we need more additional logistics space for all the e-commerce increasing and also the onshoring of manufacturing. The local apartment market's growing. We're still dealing with supply chain disruptions in the commercial real estate world, rising construction costs, and the fact that increasing interest rates may help, along with inflationary rising construction costs, may dampen the risk of overbuilding in the apartment and industrial sector. Hospitality, I'll touch on really quickly. It's extreme. It got extreme bounce back in the resort areas in 2021, down in Sussex. Other hotels that are catering to business or convention travelers are still a little weak in their knees, but they have a significant shot in the arm, all pun intended, from wedding business. Wedding businesses are up tremendously, and some of the larger hotels are benefiting from that. So now, as Sean mentioned, the persistent housing shortages is a real problem. Sussex County has a program where I forget the name of the program, but it's for moderate income. So for instance, if you were a developer who's building a multifamily project in Sussex County, and you agree to put 20% of your units into a moderate income bracket, then you're essentially pushed to the front of the line as far as speed and an approval process. So you're given some expediency in your approvals if you agree to hold 20% of your units into a moderate income. Now, the problem is there's a large line of folks, and those folks that are moderate income that get those brand new units at a significant discount are in a lottery system. So you win the lottery as far as moderate priced housing on a new unit. You can see the next slide here is really just the overview of what things I've been discussing is we've all had to adjust. Brokers, tenants, and owners and landlords due to the pandemic. And it caused a ripple effect, but things have rebounded in 2021 and even going into 22 as there's a strong rebound in demand in general. Factors that we didn't see, which are probably good, is we didn't see a wave of distress in the way of foreclosures. Everybody was working with one another, knowing this was a short-term dislocation. And you can see how retailers have made a surprising rebound. And we've had more physical store openings in the nation, more than closings for the first time since 2017, which is an important confidence booster, if you will. So office fundamentals I mentioned are still in flux as we start to, companies will shuffle the hybrid remote office scheduling to their demand needs. Next, I'll talk a little bit about commercial real estate investment. So commercial real estate is a long-term investment, and being a long-term hold, it allows the investors to really focus on those demographic changes and also macro trends that occur over a longer period of time. So there's no daily noise, as I mentioned there. One interesting thing is commercial real estate investment yields. they've outperformed the stock market, as you can see there. Apartments, retail, and industrial is huge at 848% over the past 20 years, compared to the S&P at 415% of a yield over the past 20 years. So the demand for desirable real property throughout the state is strong. There's abundant capital sitting around waiting for investment. Cap rates continue generally to compress unless there's risk and uncertainty, and investors are pricing that in. There's strong underlying fundamentals like I just went over. And because you have those strong fundamentals of a low vacancy rate and good absorption, you have strong rent growth that further attracts additional investors along with inflation. Because remember, hard assets are a safe haven for inflation. So all those factors are pushing more people to look to hard asset investment, which means commercial real estate. One thing you need to look out for on a going forward basis, supply chain disruptions, and how that impacts delivery of new product to the marketplace. Here's a snapshot of a variety, just a handbag of sales over $10 million throughout the state. And you can see it's significant. This is just a snapshot. I didn't have an exhaustive list to fit into one page. But by the way, this is about 19 assets, and they total about $1 billion. And a majority of them, at about 2/3, are apartments. And you can see some of these apartment sales are tremendous at $40, $50 million, $43 million in Millsboro for Carry-on Woods. The Edge at Green Tree in Claymont selling in June 21 for $51.5 million. So there's some significant transactions and sizes. There's some land transactions in there. Those happen to be industrial land. Again, this is an exhaustive list, but you can see the general snapshot here is office and retail are a little bit out of vogue on this list, and apartments and industrial are in vogue. And you can see the top of the food chain is the Amazon Boxwood Fulfillment Center, which sold for almost $400 million, which is sort of an eye popper. So what's my outlook? Well, my outlook's pretty straightforward. There's numerous factors that are bidding and putting these upward pressure on this inflationary environment we deal in. And in addition, we have the war in Ukraine, and we have the war for talent, if you will, as well, trying to find people. So going forward, obviously the Federal Reserve, as I mentioned, is going to try to combat that inflation. We need to keep watching the 10-year Treasury. It's ticked up tremendously over the past few years. It's over 3% now, I believe. Last time I checked, it was very close to it. We need to continuously watch the labor markets and employment growth, because that only helps bode for improving commercial real estate fundamentals. And you need to watch out for episodes of the volatility in the marketplace, price spikes. Obviously, gas is an issue too. Gas is so expensive that people don't want to go back to work. That's another factor that's crimping, the office market. But there is good growth in terms of the medical and life sciences industries. We see that with the CRISP. We see that with STAR down in Newark on the University of Delaware's campus. Another thing to watch is going to be how it plays out for the statewide tax reassessment. There'll be winners and there'll be losers, and some will be pushes. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. That's impacting, by the way, we hear from some investors, out-of-town investors, because they don't know how to underwrite that risk of where the real estate taxes are going to go, because there's no certainty in it. So rising interest rates are going to settle in, and there'll be pricing pressures because of this impact of inflation and investors looking to hedge against inflation. So that's my presentation. Sorry, it's a little bit long-winded, but if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jay. A lot of good news and very interesting numbers there. What do you see is missing right now in Delaware? What types of properties?
Well, obviously, we've hit it on it a lot of times, is affordable housing. Housing's lacking. I think we're going to have to right size the retail world. because there's some big malls that are just suffering, limping along with large vacancies as some retailers went out. And there'll be redevelopment of those, probably to some type of mixed use. Also, on the office side, there's going to be class C and B space that'll be obsolete in terms of life safety and its air handling capability or lack of parking. And tenant book, and they're not going to be in demand. And we'll see. Those are primed for either demolishing or redeveloping. So those are the things that I see across the sectors.
I know Kurt Foreman already put into the chat, industrial.
Industrial. Well, yeah, industrial, there's a huge demand for industrial. And, you know, the hope is we don't overshoot the mark. Because as soon as you start going vertical on 1 million square feet, you really can't stop. You got to keep going. And so you hope you've pre-leased or got a lot of that spoken for. And it's hard to manage the rents when construction costs keep going up.
Port of Wilmington, a lot going on there. Do you think there's going to be any necessary building because of that?
Yeah, the Port of Wilmington's always been an good economic hub for the region. And obviously there'll be the domino effect. That's why properties that are located up at Claymont or the former Everett Steel or Claymont Steel site are in demand because they're close to the port, they're close to the Philadelphia International Airport, and they're close to 3 states within 20-minute drive. So consequently, that's sort of a great epicenter for industrial demand, and hence that's why you have the Tri-State Mall getting redeveloped.
All right, Jay, thank you so much for joining today. Thank you for taking the time to present that. I think that was very useful information for today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So I think one of the big topics that we're at is the topic of building. So we're all familiar with the supply chain issues that have particularly impacted residential construction over the past couple of years, if not more than that. But here to address the topic we keep bringing up today, this building segment, is Justin O'Leary and Mike Ryman. Justin is the Vice President of Operations and Construction for Regal Builders. He's also the president of the Builders and Remodelers Association of Delaware and a member of both the Urban Land Institute's Lifestyle Residential Development Council and of the National Association of Home Builders 55 Plus Housing Industry Council. And then Mike Ryman is a principal at the Becker Morgan Group with expertise spanning numerous market sectors. He specializes in navigating clients through the approval process, which I know is a big topic we can probably touch on for a whole day on its own. But welcome to you both. Thank you for joining us and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for having us today. I was going to give an introduction to Mike and myself, but thank you for that introduction. I appreciate it. Mike's firm, Becker Morgan, works on a variety of projects throughout the state, and they're a great asset to our Builders and Remodelers Association for sure. So I want to jump right in. I appreciate, can everybody see my screen? I just want to make sure I'm.
Yep, you can just start the slideshow. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
There we go. So I want to thank everybody today for hosting us. I want to thank Delaware Association of Realtors for asking us to participate in this conference. It means so much to all of us at BRAD. The partnership between home builders and realtors is strong, especially here in Delaware. We are a small state, but we rely heavily on all of you to help home buyers find or build their dream home. So some of the things we're going to discuss today, just overall statistics, which were briefly touched on before. So, I just want to hit those statistics quickly. Housing trends that we're seeing in the state, a quick touch on design guides, what we're seeing for new home buyers building with us throughout the state. Some just general housing updates that we're dealing with as an association throughout the state. Cost analysis, what we're facing currently in the marketplace. And Mike is going to touch on some advantages to housing, some development trends that they're seeing, mixed use development and commercial construction trends as well. And then overall, as Brad, our legislative needs, we're gonna wrap up with, but it's a very important aspect to what we're working on currently with the state and local governments. So I think all of you would be very interested to hear what we have to say on that. Overall, in 2021 in Newcastle County, there was just over 1,000 building permits issued, which is a 110% increase from 2020, which obviously COVID led to that decrease that we see in 2020. Even though we were deemed an essential business, home builders, because we had so many home buyers coming from out of state, it still did slow us down. Kent County issued 587 building permits, which is a 3.5% increase from 2020. They kind of stayed steady Eddie. And Sussex County, 4,543 building permits issued in 2021, which is a 234% increase from the year prior. Just crazy growth for single family residential in Sussex. Multifamily, I'm glad Jay touched on multifamily a little bit previously. I don't have the finalized 21 numbers yet, but 2019 and 2020 are pretty interesting. And again, it goes back to some of the issues we were talking about before. Issued permits in Newcastle County for multifamily, 82. That's down 71% from 2019. Kent County, 33, down 77% from 2019. Sussex County, 159, which is down 91% from 2019. This right here is a really important slide. Multifamily, the ability for us to offer, and where you typically see more affordable housing or affordable rentals, is not where we feel it should be throughout the state. So again, an important issue to talk about today, and some initiatives we'd like to start and touch on today, but I just want to point that out to everybody. This is an interesting chart, all 3 counties reporting their permits over the last 22 years, right? And you see up to 2020 on the right-hand side of the screen, but I draw your attention to the left-hand side of the screen. 2004, 7,550 single-family building permits throughout the state. We have never gotten back to that pre-08 bubble burst. We have never exceeded that number since then. Even as crazy as the market is today, we're still not up to that point yet from the last recession. So it's really important to remember that even though the housing market's really, really hot right now, we're still not seeing single family homes permits in the state of Delaware where it was at one time. Housing trends, where are our home buyers coming from? A lot coming from out of state, Pennsylvania, a lot from New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Virginia, high tax states. Why? Delaware, according to CNBC in 2020, is rated in the top 5 for the nation, which is great, but it's place number 4, which is awesome. And it's actually from working in the 55 plus industry, I know that Delaware has held that rank for a couple of years now, which is great. The sizes of homes, we're seeing the sizes of our new homes that we're building increase, and that's especially true for custom home builders. But overall, the need for larger homes is increasing, whether parents are coming to live with folks or we have condensed households. So we're seeing a need for increased size of homes. And obviously, as you're all aware, rising sales prices, the issue of affordability in our state. Although I work in the 55 plus house market where I have more qualified home buyers, a lot of us in the state offer, middle to low income housing. And obviously that affordability issue now more than ever is a huge, huge deal for us in home building. I'll just quickly touch on this. Some of the design styles over the last couple of years, they've kind of stayed the same. Top right, we have that modern farmhouse, board and batten, vinyl siding, again, is still common, a little bit of a standing seam, tin roof, if you will. Exterior trim, we've really switched over to a lot of AZEK or aluminum wrapped facades to cut down on maintenance, try to go zero maintenance, cost for home ownership, keep that cost of home ownership down. People want to know that the exterior of their homes is going to last 30 years, and they do. The middle, the craftsman style, that with the red gables, the cedar shakes siding, Again, AZAC trim, low maintenance, some stone accents, still very popular. And the bottom left, a more trending image, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, that modern farmhouse, still with the vertical board and batten. You've got some natural stone post columns mixed in, that black standing seam, and a really popping element, the black window frames. Sometimes we're adding a pop of color at the front door, but that is really an on-trend elevation for the exterior of our homes right now. We're adding and selling more and more of that. The interiors of our homes have really changed over the last 5 years. On the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see that utility area where, it was just a washer and dryer before. Well, now we're glamming it up, I'll say, really adding nice finishes to the inside. During COVID, the DIY people of the world really bringing on a lot of, in-home projects to try to make their utility spaces, i.e. the next picture there, the mudroom, even more storage and built-ins. We're seeing a lot more requests for custom built-ins throughout our homes. The kitchen space, another really important area. As you all know, open floor plans have been in for many, many years now. The changes though in the kitchen and the material selections is changing. You see in the middle that big, large, entertaining island with the quartz countertop with the waterfall edge. We thought we were done with brass from the 90s and the early 2000s, but brushed brass is back in, those light fixtures you see, and we're seeing it in faucets as well. Mixing and matching color cabinets, as you see in the background of that picture, the black dark cabinets juxtaposed to the white island. And I'll call your attention to flooring. Flooring has been a big change. We're switching mostly to LVP flooring, which, as you see, the little four-legged guy, it's very pet and kid friendly, waterproof, so it can really take a beating and last a long time for homeowners. And the right-hand side, I think we've all talked about this before, the idea since COVID of working, living, and being at home more. That home office is so important now. We call it kind of a flex space. So the life of the Murphy bed is back. Murphy beds are in hot demand again, where you can fold that bed down for extra guests or fold it up and have your office space back the next day. It's really important to homeowners that we're incorporating those designs in our floor plans currently. Overall housing updates. Utility companies have drastically increased their meter fee connections for home builders. Typically, we would be paying like a $200 meter fee as an example. That's specific to electric. It's now over $1,000 a home. That's just recently was increased. Builder and developer credits that we used to receive as a developer, it makes sense. I'm putting the project in. I have to put up all the front costs of running the wire down the street or running the pipe down the street. Once those homes got connected to the grid, we would get some of that cost back. That is no more. We do not receive any credits back. That system is, in my mind, dead and gone. Large infrastructure work, we're seeing a lot of delays. We've talked about this before, specifically plastic pipe and concrete pipe. It's amazing. For many, many years, if you know construction costs, concrete pipe was obviously more expensive than plastic pipe. So where you could, you swapped out for plastic pipe and try to lower your costs. Plastic pipe's almost more expensive or just the same amount of price for concrete pipe. And we're having a hard time getting both. So it's delaying road infrastructure improvement on our end on private development. It's also obviously part of that development is stormwater management facilities are being delayed because we can't get the pipe. We have drivers driving across country to get pipe right now for us because we can't find it. In 2020, the 2021 residential IECC code is now out. DENREC held its first meeting last week, a listening meeting for things that they are looking to adopt in the new code. Right now, we're at the 2018 energy code, but they are looking to adopt it for in 2023. So this year is a big year of review for DENREC for this new energy code, and us folks at BRAD will be working hand in glove with DENREC for sure to help guide them to make sure our new energy code makes sense and is in line with how we've been progressively increasing our codes drastically, I would say, over the last couple of years. So we're hoping we can help that new effort from DENREC and help guide them. Material shortages, house specific, windows and exterior doors. Before pandemic, I was 3 to 4 weeks wait time. 8, 12, and 24-week wait times is now the norm. Garage doors are a big thing. I just closed on a house that didn't have a garage door. I've never done that before, but I was allowed to get CO because the homeowners needed their home because they needed to move. Imported flooring products is a big one. During COVID, a lot of my product came from China, whether it was Mohawk or Dow Tile. We switched a lot of supply, and a lot of home builders have switched to domestic products because we can get them faster. Same product, is it more money? Yep. But we need to keep the house construction going. And the last but not least, appliances. Kitchen appliances right now are terrible. We, as a custom home builder, we offer a wide range of appliances, and even the big national appliance dealers are giving us limited SKUs of what they're saying. Hey, look, you can order what you want, but we have no time frame. So order from these SKUs, and maybe we can get you something in a closer relative time frame. So that's a big struggling point for us home builders right now. Residential sprinklers. As you may have saw a couple months back, the town of Lewis adopted all new residential construction, single family, and obviously multifamily has had sprinklers in it for a long time, has to have sprinklers. So for home builders, it's about misinformation. It's about how we build a home and the fire rated materials that we use, that we build a home to at today's standards compared to 40 or 50 years ago. And getting that information out there and sharing it with folks who are considering updating residential sprinklers. Our issue is, of course, maintenance and upkeep for the homeowners. Who's inspecting it? What if there's a problem? Is there a maintenance plan with some companies? Those are all in the balance right now, and a lot of gray area. And we're here to help different towns and counties really look at this seriously before they consider adopting. It's a tough issue. It really is. Electric vehicles, we had the pleasure of working with Newcastle County last year, and actually right before and during the COVID outbreak via Zoom to get their EV ordinance passed, and it goes into effect this July. We are now working, and we were working previous to COVID with Senator McBride's team at a state level to look at electric vehicles becoming more and more prevalent in our building codes statewide. So we've been working with her team now for a couple of months. They've been great to work with. They're open to listening to us and building common sense things into new construction as time progresses, and kind of stair-stepping EV into our built environment. As we've all spoken about before, the last 24 months, really for single family home construction and everybody, construction overall has really increased and skyrocketed for us. If you look at the price index just for costs that relate to residential construction, year over year, the index has increased 18% and is up 45% since the start of the pandemic. Lumber, a big price driver for a single family home builder like myself. It's actually down, it's dipped the first part of this year, but since a year ago, prices have gone up over 60% for lumber. So we've really seen a high peak last year, and we're still, even though prices are down a little bit, they're not expected to drop much more. They're probably going to go back up. Steel, which affects us a little bit in home building, depending, if you're doing multifamily, of course, it has more of an effect on you, or if you buy steel for your basements. Steel has had a huge increase over the last year. It's gone up 128%. So there's a big demand for steel, but again, it's the cost right now is really high for steel. Concrete is up 8.9% year over year, and it's 12% higher right now than it was at the start of this year. So it is on the rise, concrete. Drywall, year over year, drywall is up 17.8%, and it's increased 23% already this year. So drywall is on the rise as well. So I tried to give a big picture of the main costs of a home. These are the big drivers behind the cost of building a home, and they're all fairly, they're fairly escalated right now. Mike? Oh, I think you're muted.
Oh, Mike, we can't hear you. Hold on just a second there. Nope, still can't.
Sorry, guys, for the technical difficulties.
Justin, before Mike starts, did you want to touch a little more on the electric vehicle charging stations that happen in Newcastle?
Yeah, so Dee Durham, we work with her office, and basically the initial start to electric vehicles was a really high especially for multifamily, a really high requirement. Over, I think they wanted 50% of all new parking spaces for multifamily to be EV ready or EV.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Difficulties. I was trying to switch to my laptop because the camera was flickering earlier, and I should have known better. Sorry about that. Justin, appreciate all that. We had talked a little bit earlier about the value of housing, and a lot of conversation today about that. But just to put some numbers to it, per an NAHB study that was done, on average, 1,000 new homes creates about 3,000 full-time jobs, $162 million in wages, $118 million in business income, and $111 million in taxes and revenue for state and federal government. And currently, housing represents about 15% of GDP. So housing is a huge factor in our economy, and I think we all on this call today know that. And a lot of that are construction jobs. I hear sometimes that folks say, well, they're just temporary jobs. Well, we don't agree. Construction jobs are not temporary jobs. My neighbor's an electrician. I think he would beg to differ that his job is somehow temporary. He's relying on all of these construction jobs to move forward. Next slide. Can you advance it, Justin? There we go. Development trends. So I live in the civil engineering world. So I work with developers on the front side to get these projects permitted and approved and moving forward. And I'm asked a lot, what is the trend that you see? Because we tend to be involved, very early before, something hits the street. I on the list there, the Glasgow Commons project that sold was something we were involved in 2 years ago. That was on that the list of properties that sold. And it's a tough question to answer in this market because we're seeing a little bit of everything. Unlike the 2000 to 2005 time frame where there was just so much residential. And you heard Justin earlier say how we really haven't gotten back to those numbers, even though it feels like residential is really strong, which it is. It's not actually as strong as it was in the early 2000s, at least from a number standpoint. But we're really seeing a mixture of all, residential, multifamily, commercial, some institutional work. And, that's a good thing, I think, in terms of the economy. And that does, I think, differentiate this market from the early 2000 market. The one highlight that is very different, and we heard some conversation about this, is the increase in flex office, warehouse, logistics. We're seeing a significant increase in interest of folks getting into that space and looking at those types of properties. Next slide. So, specifically, I think we were really already seeing an e-commerce trend. That's really not new. That's been happening. Of course, COVID-19 hits and it accelerated that trend significantly. So we're seeing a huge increase in these types of facilities throughout the state. And it's really, from Sussex County to Newcastle County, we're seeing it throughout. And I think it'll continue, at least in the short term. You saw the vacancy rates that were historically low in this space. So I think that's a good thing. Next slide. Mixed use. We didn't talk a little bit about mixed use, but I'm just going to bring it up. Mixed use is a tough one. It's something that a lot of folks kind of stay away from, frankly, unless they're an expert in that type of building. They're complex projects, they're complex buildings. When you try to mix the residential and commercial components, you better know what you're doing. You need to have both the residential and commercial demand in the marketplace for those to work. You need density for those to work. The zoning codes, are not that good at addressing mixed use, although that is changing. What you see on the screen here is from all 3 counties. The top right is a poll that was done of residents for Kent County's recently adopted comprehensive plan. And it talks about, the majority of folks responding thought mixed use communities are better and want to see them. That's a good thing. Newcastle County, is saying the public agrees there should be more job growth where there's available housing, including opportunities for more density and mixed use. And then down in Sussex as well, the county also increased its ability for mixed use within districts. They've added some zoning districts for that. So, you're seeing some opportunities there that if you can work in this space and get these types of projects done, that you could potentially have a little bit friendlier outcome. We worked on a project downstate. It was across the street from a development that got shot down, again, because of, neighbors and outrage. We proposed a mixed use community with multifamily housing and commercial, worked with those very same group of people and ultimately got it done. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of work. But it was a factor. The mixed use was a factor in getting that done. So just an option as we look at opportunities to increase housing and commercial. Next slide. Redevelopment. I heard someone earlier say there's really not much land, left in some areas of Newcastle County. I think that's accurate, and it's probably accurate in other parts of the state as well. Redevelopment is an option here. There are some advantages to redevelopment in terms of reduced stormwater requirements, although not everywhere. Newcastle County just adopted a new drainage code that, increased some of those requirements above what DENREC recently adopted. You could have some simplified access permits, but there's a lot of conditions you've got to meet. I think a lot of folks look at an existing site and say, well, it has access, it's already developed, this is going to be, easy, so to speak. Not necessarily the case. There are some benefits to redevelopment projects, but don't make any assumptions, complete your due diligence, make sure you look at all of these factors before you move forward. Because it is possible that, a redevelopment project goes through really the same exact process as any greenfield development based on the scale of the project. The one on the screen there is the old Playtex site in Dover on Route 13. And then that was converted to a grocery store, some restaurants, and some shopping there in Dover. Next slide. A little bit of kind of what Justin said as well, commercial construction trends. Really have to think outside the box. Anything that you previously knew about the marketplace in terms of construction, in terms of cost, in terms of timing, in terms of availability, is really just out the window. Justin talked earlier about, concrete pipe versus plastic pipe. I don't think I ever would have thought anybody would tell me the concrete pipe would be able to compete with plastic. That's now happening. It's also just availability. Some folks are willing to pay a little more if they can get the product faster. Justin talked about that with flooring. That happens in the site work world as well. You see bar joist, pre-engineered metal buildings. used to be pre-engineered metal building, definitely the most cost effective, definitely the fastest to build. That may not be the case. So you may want to think about that and look at other options. The other thing we are doing is, especially in a design build situation, we're ordering things before projects are even approved. We're doing a large project in Middletown right now, and we're talking about, getting transformers and those kinds of things, ordering pipe now because we know that it's going to be a long time before that stuff comes in. So integrating with contractors early in the process so that you can be ahead of the game is key. Although we see, and we talked about kind of market slowing, I think in terms of impact to construction cost, material availability, I'm not sure it will change. We passed the infrastructure bill was passed. There's going to be billions and billions of dollars going towards roads, bridges, all kinds of infrastructure throughout the country. And I think that investment, while definitely needed and something we're all going to benefit from, I think it will continue to impact construction costs, material availability, even with, possibly slowing housing demand. So, go back. Changing regulations. So, I spend a great deal of my time working with the Home Builders Association and other organizations, kind of on the regulatory front. I like the one slide that the gentleman had earlier from California. Gosh, I hope we don't end up like that. That's pretty scary. But Delaware, Delaware is constantly changing its rules. That impacts our industry significantly. There's new building codes. They're in all 3 counties, lots of jurisdictions that are always changing. The energy codes are more strict. The increase in the realty transfer tax a few years ago, obviously impactful. And keep in mind that as prices have increased, that tax is just compounded because of the increase in the price of homes. New stormwater rules, I think those were changing for 10 years, maybe longer. Hopefully we've got them figured out. Although again, Newcastle County just decided to change them again this year. So that's something that's constantly changing. Increasing voluntary school assessment costs, increasing impact fees, increase in transportation infrastructure. Development is being asked to carry a bigger load of infrastructure improvements. And when I say bigger, I'm talking about over the last 10 to 15, 20 years. Definitely development has taken on a bigger burden there. Residential sprinkler requirements, that's something that is a continued discussion throughout the state. Definitely has an impact on housing. It's currently required in Newark, Milton, Lewis, and I may be forgetting somewhere, but it is something that does come up. It does add significant costs. I've heard everything from $7,000 to $10,000 a house for residential sprinklers. We're not really seeing the demand from the public for them. Justin, I think, mentioned that we're required to give out some information on those, and people, if they want them, they have to be installed. But that's really not happening. It's not something we're seeing desired in the marketplace. Again, drainage requirements, landscape, environmental rules. Justin touched on the EV thing, and some of these individually are not that impactful. The EV conduit in terms of cost, maybe it's hundreds of dollars. And sometimes when you look at each of these, it's, $1,000 here, $1,000 there, but eventually all of these costs do add up. And this isn't even a comprehensive list of all of those things. At the end of the day, regulations account for about 24% of the cost of a home. And just to give you some examples of that, that's on a $397,000 house, that's about $93,000 that goes towards the regulatory impact, 41,000 of which is before construction and 52,000 of which is during construction. So, if we could find a way to look at reducing some of these burdens, that will certainly help with affordability as well. I know that's a big topic of conversation. And then I want to point out that the city of Salisbury, interestingly, we had spent a lot of time talking about the need for housing and the shortage of housing stock, throughout Delaware. The city of Salisbury just adopted what is called the Heroes Home program, where effectively, if you get a housing development done in a certain time frame, basically an accelerated time frame, then they will waive all your fees, all of them. And so, maybe that's something the folks here and our leaders in Delaware could take a look at. Next slide. Ready in 6, Ready in 6 was a study that was done, before the pandemic, about Delaware's competitiveness in the marketplace. And it hit a little bit of a snag with the pandemic. Obviously, I think attention was focused obviously on that from the leaders of our state, which we understand. But at the end of the day, that study concluded that, Delaware's process is just too slow. And that job creators need predictability, certainty, and speed, and that we can definitely do better. We are seeing some traction now. There's been some legislation proposed as recent as this week about streamlining some of the process to get things approved. We talked about the shortage of housing stock, and the challenge there isn't that there aren't folks interested in opportunities to increase the housing stock and available lots throughout the state, but we're looking at years. I have a subdivision that came in just, a few months ago, 350 lots, great, in Kent County, great. It'll be ready in 2 years because it's got to go through that process. So it takes a long time to get through all of the process. And so I don't know that you're going to see any immediate change in the housing stock, at least in the short term, although there may be a desire to. So we would, hopefully Ready in 6 is something that we all support as it starts to gain a little more traction with our state, and hopefully can provide a faster and more predictable process for folks that are interested in filling certainly the voids that have been talked about today. And that's all I have with that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for asking us to participate today. We really appreciate and value the partnership between the realtors and the home builders. We are interlinked, guys, and hopefully what Mike was saying about Ready in 6 resonates with you, and keep that in mind as time goes on here and bills get proposed and introduced. We'll be hoping to work with all the counties and the state to hopefully get this passed. I think it would be a huge tool for the state of Delaware to capitalize on. It's right there at their fingertips, and I think we can help get them there. So thank you for listening to us today.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Thank you, Mike. Real quick, Justin, do you mind finishing your thought about the EV stations up in Newcastle?
Oh, sure. So when it was first proposed, it was a significant increase to there's EV ready and EV capable parking spaces, like multifamily, for example. They wanted right off the bat, Newcastle County wanted 50%. And based off of new home sales and options that we sell in this space for residential construction, we know kind of what our demand is for electric vehicles, and it's small. So we suggested and came back at a lower percentage. And in my mind, I was sharing with the county, let's stair step this, right? As EV continues to grow, so will that requirement. Make sense, right? It's not like all out of the gate right at once. Again, with multifamily, especially with affordability in mind, we're trying to keep costs lower so that we can have affordable product to offer. So with these extra costs, I mean, you're talking on a big multifamily project, it could be a couple $100,000 for these stations and all the equipment and conduit and everything needed from the electric company to get that in place. The other thing is, it's talking at state level, we have electric companies south of DP&L service area saying, hold up. We don't know if we have the infrastructure. If you start putting EV in every house or whatever, we don't know if we have the capabilities to handle this. So again, working with Senator McBride's team, I think right now it's key. We're trying to highlight those strain points with the grid and make sure we're clear as a developer when we're putting in roads and we're putting in infrastructure, and we've paid for a lot of this already out of pocket, that the electric companies are going to be able to support the load in the future, currently in the future, and it not put us out of business. It's a balancing act here. We have to be very careful. So EV is definitely on the rise. You see it in the commercials. So we're working with the state to really keep that balance and common sense stuff, stair step it as time goes on. They're saying that by 2030, the majority of all vehicles sold in the United States will be EV. So, with that thought process in mind, kind of stair stepping at legislation to work with that, I think makes the most sense instead of going to 100% right away. So.
All right. I got a bunch of questions and comments for the both of you, but unfortunately I got to stay on schedule here. So
okay.
You may see some of them. I got some more internally here. But just again, thank you both for being here and thank you for taking the time today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, I do have one more sponsor I want to recognize before our last two presenters, and that is from the company called Showing Time. And I will share, they also sent a video, thankfully. So it makes it easy for us here. And I will share that now.
Showing Time's next generation experience is more than an evolution. It represents a fundamental redesign and re-engineering of Showing Time's platform, while retaining original functionality and flexibility to adapt to any marketplace. Our truly integrated singular design works wherever you are, making it more intuitive and seamlessly integrated into all our products. Tour planning, scheduling, and appointment management is easier than ever before while helping you keep your personal and professional life separate yet connected. Offline mode with Showing Sync technology liberates you from cell phone dead zones, ensuring you can always view the most current details vital to your appointments. When unexpected schedule changes have you running ahead or behind schedule, SmartRoute provides options to inform your appointments of your schedule change and suggests similar homes located along your planned route that you can add to your tour and show instantly. Messaging gives you tools to effectively communicate with your colleagues while keeping all conversations organized and accessible should you need them at any time. Increased visibility of your brand, multilingual support, and light or dark mode personalize the experience to you. The next generation of Showing Time is just the beginning of a new era, with so much more to come, giving you an experience so powerful, so personal, and so liberating, it will revolutionize the way showings are scheduled and managed.
All right, thank you to Showing Time for sponsoring today. All right, while we're always laser focused on our own market, we can't forget where we are in the global landscape here in Delaware. Here to provide that world view is Kurt Foreman, President and CEO of the Delaware Prosperity Partnership. He has served in various senior roles in economic development groups throughout the United States and as a site selection consultant. I've gotten to know Kurt over the last couple of years now and can't wait to have his presentation here today. Welcome, Kurt.
Thank you. Good to be with you all. I've been listening. You've actually put me through my paces. I've had to reach out to our team live while we're on, asking for research to answer things that you were talking about. So I'm going to try to answer some questions I wasn't expecting in my presentation. So let me get to the beginning here. All right. Well, let me make sure I'm sharing. I'm sharing the wrong thing here. Let's do this. All right, do you guys see my sort of upside down raindrop screen?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, terrific. Again, thanks for making time to include us. Wes asked me to talk for about 2 hours, so we'll be done about 2:30. So anyway, so real quick, just for those of you who haven't ever experienced DPP, just a couple slides. We were formed in 2017 by Governor Carney and the business community. We are a public-private entity that focuses on things that often in the past were done strictly by state government. But the idea, as one of our key leaders mentioned, is why not bring the business community to the table overtly when you're talking about things like business recruitment and retention and dealing with companies. And so that's in fact what we did. And we have a board of 19. We have 52 investors from the private sector. And we have been underway. This August will be our 5th birthday, hard to believe. What do we focus on? Mostly the things you would think about, but perhaps some you don't. One is we are often the tip of the spear, and we take a long view and an active view on the idea of recruiting investment and jobs to the state. Often that is new investment from outside the state, but it can also be investment in jobs from companies that are already here. Because as I like to say, there's nothing better to talk to a new company about coming here than when you can point out dozens or hundreds of existing companies that believe the product, if you think about Delaware as a product for a moment, makes sense for them and they're continuing to grow. So we spend a lot of time working with our partners up and down the state. Public and private, utilities, engineering companies, a whole bunch of others on engaging existing employers as well. And then the parts that I think would make us a little bit special, and I think not DPP specifically, but that Delaware is focusing on it, is we take time and have staff that focus on what we would call the innovation ecosystem, those next great scalable ideas that may have been thought about at UD or Delaware State, perhaps came out of a company here or an entrepreneur here, but may or may not happen here. So we need to make sure that the environment is right, that the connections are there, and that there's support for those great ideas to scale up here in Delaware. That could be the next great companies globally, not just here. And a lot of our attention that we get globally are small or entrepreneurial companies who are looking to break into the US marketplace. They've heard perhaps that Delaware is a place to register their business, and then we get a shot at talking to them about coming here. The pandemic has held that up a bit, but I think it's going to be an increasing part of our work over the next 2 or 3 years, is to deal with that pent-up demand of interesting companies from overseas, particularly looking at the US, and perhaps giving Delaware a shot to make their case. And then the last part is, as you've heard a little bit about this morning peripherally, but if companies can't find the talent they need, even if they like the business climate, they like our location, they like our tax competitiveness and the different factors that they might be considering, if the labor force can't meet their needs, then this can't be the place that they grow, or at least they would cap their growth here. And so we try to connect companies we're working with, companies are our customers, to connect them with the folks that can help that, whether it's universities or state agencies, et cetera. So our approach is really, I like the partnerships in our name. We never work alone. We're always working with partners. That includes often the real estate community, particularly the commercial real estate community, because we don't own buildings, we don't build buildings or have sites, but our partners do. And so often we're an intermediary, a connector, if you will. We always start with the entire state as our footprint, and then focus it in based on what the company talks about. Let's see, what did I just do? So I think it's important to share what we focus on, because we don't focus on everything. We have partners that often will focus on what I would consider more mom and pop businesses, or sort of the Main Street type employers. That's the Division of Small Business. It's often our friends at the Delaware Small Business Development Center, and lots of others. We focus on what we consider primary or traded sectors. These are sectors, and you see the 5 of them, they're broad. Every part of the state has some combination of these in them. And what we like to think of is that if we get this kind of investment coming in, it's dollars from it brings in dollars from outside the state, rather than taking the $10 you spend on a haircut right now and switching which place you get a haircut at. This brings actually new dollars into the marketplace and creates that kind of acceleration and growth that we're looking for. Just a quick sense, over the first almost 5 years of our existence, we've completed 46 projects successfully. That represents over 7,000 jobs, both retained and new for the state as the companies implement their plans, and nearly $1.4 billion of investment. To give you a sense of the kinds of, the kind of global impact that's happening, is we were able to successfully complete, our team worked really hard on this project for over a year. We competed with most of the Eastern United States for this project. Wuxi STA Pharma is a global company on 2 stock exchanges, the Hong Kong and Shanghai stock exchanges. You can see they have a very significant market cap, are in many parts of the world. This will be their largest operation in the United States. They're going to be in Middletown. They have 27,000 employees globally. Right now, they're first in the picture there is going to be their admin building, but they're going to build a contract manufacturing campus. They bought 190 acres. Initially, their first phase will be about 600,000 square feet of space, nearly 500 jobs, and about $500 million of investment. We think over time, this project could easily go over $1 billion. So Delaware is now starting to compete effectively with some of our neighbors and winning. This project actually received a national award, not for us, but for Delaware, being one of the most significant bioscience or life science projects in the United States in 2021. To give you a sense, you all probably keep track of pipelines, projects you're chasing, things that are going through your sales process. We do the exact same thing. This gives you a sense of our first 5 years. I circled the area where we are right now. We are a little bit below our peak in terms of projects, but I think we're seeing very consistent and higher quality, in many cases, projects than we may have a few years ago. So we currently have 48 projects that our team is working on. They represent anywhere from 20 to 2,400 jobs, and then also about $500 million. And that ebbs and flows depending on the projects in the pipeline at any given time. But we had a very, very busy 21, and 22 is a little bit less busy, but I don't think that's because of lack of interest. I think there was just so much happening in 21. We're doing a lot of digesting this year rather than chasing, although we're always chasing new projects. Just to give you a sense, we like to track where our projects are coming from. About half our projects, that dark blue section there, 23 of the 48, are coming from outside Delaware. So these are inquiries perhaps of a company that's never been here before. And we've had pretty consistent 45 to 55% in that category, which is good. That means that we're making progress in having Delaware in contention for opportunities. If you can't be in contention, you can't win. So we like to think that it's important to be in that mode. But just as importantly, there are a tremendous number of expansions or even startups and situations that we're working with to make happen here in Delaware. In terms of the sectors, I heard some folks in some of the sessions earlier talking about declines in manufacturing or other things. We are not seeing that. In fact, frequently, 50% of our projects are either manufacturing or some kind of industrial logistics. We have no current e-commerce projects in our mix, but so we have a lot of manufacturing projects, and those typically pay on average family sustaining jobs with benefits, and there's some tremendously exciting opportunities considering Delaware, and have been for the last 2 or 3 years. Just to give you a sense, DPP doesn't just focus on big buffaloes or whale projects. Many of our projects, in fact, the largest number of our projects are in the 26 to 50 range. For example, many manufacturing projects today are not 2,000 and 3,000 employees. They may be 50, 100, 200. And so while you're seeing a different profile, you still see interesting demand from across our sectors. Next would be capital investment. And just to give you a sense, many of our projects are, could be as little as $1 million to $5 million, but we do have projects on the high end as well, and have had, as you heard with Wuxi, a project that was about $500 million to start with, and we hope will grow substantially in future years. A few rankings for you. I thought you guys would find this interesting. There was some interesting talk earlier about remote work. We were picked by Wallet Hub, which does a variety of interesting analyses on a variety of topics, but picked Delaware as the #1 state for remote work. I'm not sure their methodology, but when you're ranked #1, it's always good to talk about it. And so we are pleased that we are getting recognition for what we think is a great state. We also have consistently competed on a cost standpoint with many parts of the country. Forbes a couple years ago ranked us second lowest in terms of their market basket of how they calculated business costs. KPMG and a group called the Tax Foundation did a very detailed analysis of tax for businesses, different types of companies, and ranked us 3rd overall and #1 for manufacturing. So if you're from a tax standpoint, if you're a manufacturer, Delaware's tax picture is the best in the country. And then lastly, this is one that I really like, the Millikan Institute, which tracks sort of tech development and technology going on around the country, ranks Delaware in its top 10 states for being a technology hub. Real quickly, unemployment rate. This is March's numbers. Our number hasn't come down quite as fast as some places have. Interestingly, New Jersey's was well above ours, has come down, but we did some homework, and New Jersey has had a whole bunch of people leave the workforce. I'm not really sure what's behind that, but their number partly dropped below ours because their labor force got smaller, which is not something we're eager to see happen here. But we are still in the running competitively in the Mid-Atlantic. And a lot of site selectors and companies get nervous when you're in that 2% range and that sort of thing. It's interesting that we were about 3.7% in February of 2020, right before the everything sort of went crazy. And by May, we were at 13.3% unemployment. So our numbers have come down pretty significantly. Newcastle's at 4.5, Sussex 4.7, and Kent a little over 5. But I think for a site selector or someone looking to invest, that gives them comfort that they'll find good people, or at least have the potential to find good people. So we know those are our neighbors and friends, and we want to see that number go down. But from a sales standpoint, it tends to help us a little bit as well. This is a little bit, you heard some of this from the economists from NAR earlier. This just gives you a sense, this is total employment in Delaware over the last few years. We were at a peak in 19. We had more jobs in Delaware than had ever been in Delaware before. I say jobs because, as we know, not every person in a job in Delaware lives in Delaware. They may live in often one of 4 states. And so we did have a drop. It took us 7 years to come back to the same number we were at in the Great Recession. But in fact, we are coming back much faster than that now. There was also a number shared by by the same economist that we were down a little bit, and that's true, but we are coming back substantially faster this time than we did in the Great Recession. And with the kinds of projects that have announced lately and the kinds of opportunities we're chasing now, I feel confident that we will actually exceed those numbers going forward soon. A few pieces of good news, and you made us do some homework on the different demographic cohorts. I don't have slides for it, but I'll share some stats that I had our team pull while we've been on this call. But the good news here is that Delaware, now on a percentage basis, obviously we're smaller, but on a percentage basis, Delaware is the fastest growing state in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So I think that we're not growing quite Texas or say Colorado levels, but in our part of the country, we are growing faster than our neighbors. And I think that's always a positive sign when you're trying to talk about economic momentum and opportunities. Just to give you a sense, the age group of 20 to 54 was relatively flat between 2010 and 2020, but is now expected to grow by about 45,000 people, or about 11% between now and say 2034. Just to give you a sense on 55 and older, which is always what people talk to me about and say, oh, well, you know, all our growth is 55 and older. The answer is that's not true. It did grow tremendously, 91,000 new people in that category. And obviously, I'm in that category. Some of you are too. That category moves in terms of where you are in it. But between 2010 and 2020, 91,000 people in that category came to Delaware, or there was an increase of that group, not necessarily all from outside, but in that category. Between 2020 and 2030, we're only expected to get about 46,000 of those people. So it's going to be about half the pace it was in the 10 years before, and that's going to continue to come down. So it's going to take almost 30 years based on some of the demographic projections to achieve the same level of increase 55 and older that happened between 2010 and 2020. So that is not a train that is not changing speed or whatever. So, and also don't think of that as people who are necessarily retiring. There's stats out there that in terms of entrepreneurism and business formation, the biggest category of people who form and create entrepreneurship opportunities tend to be people 55 and older. So I think that bodes well for Delaware's economy as well, is there could be a lot of entrepreneurs who are going to create companies either locally focused or broader. And I've met many of them. In fact, this year's top woman-owned business and the top entrepreneurial business, also headed by a woman, are both Sussex County businesses. And so there's a lot of interesting activity, including real estate acquisition and building and all sorts of cool stuff going on. So look at that as a positive, not just a negative we have to worry about. A few items for success that I think are important, particularly for the sectors you all represent. We spend time focused on telling people that we'll help them look at Delaware, and often that means sites and buildings. And we need to have the product so that we can capitalize on the opportunities. We've actually had to turn away quite a few projects in the last few months because we didn't have the product they were looking for. Now, that doesn't mean that we're bad or that we're not doing what we need to do. Other states might not have it either, but we need to be mindful always that having sites in the queue, developing, getting ready to be ready and available, as well as buildings, are really important to our future success. We also have to keep enhancing the product and processes over time. Mike just talked a little bit about Ready in 6. I think those kinds of initiatives certainly are helpful. I agree with him that certainty is the most important. As we can speed up, we should speed up, but telling them and doing what we say is the most important part of that. But the product, whether that's quality of life factors, whether that's the built environment, the quality of places we're creating, or even the workforce. Are we training and creating the kinds of workforce that we need? All those things are super important to our future, and things that you all should be thinking about or encouraging, even if it's not your specific space. Again, approval processes at multiple jurisdictional levels, the local level, the county level, the state level, all those things can always be enhanced, and that's important. We also have to sustain our marketing. I heard earlier a comment that perhaps we're not marketing. I would like to assure you that, in fact, we are frequently, and we are loud and are making our voices heard around the country, around the world, targeted in a targeted way. And it's important for us to tell our story and to tell up-to-date stories. Sometimes I get a chuckle out of hearing someone share a story and it's a valid issue, but then you find out that the story happened 15 or 20 years ago. So we always have to be sure that we're telling current stories of what's happening, even if those others are, I have children that are grown now too. So we just have to be careful what we talk about. We also need to remain customer focused, and I think that goes through a lot of the comments you heard today. If we aren't customer focused, whether it's our approval processes or other things, it's really important that we're listening to the customer. And then lastly, I use the term rinse and reapply, like on the bottle of shampoo that you buy at the store. There's never a finish line here. So it's not like, oh, good, we're done. We've created the product, now we can sit back. The reality is you have to rinse and reapply and keep going, keep going, keep going. And whether that's a neighborhood level, a county level, a community level, it's never done. But that's what makes this kind of work fun. I'd encourage you to follow us if you don't follow us. Here's a variety of ways. If you're an Instagram person, we have an Instagram handle. You can follow news and information about Delaware. If you're a Twitter fan, we have Twitter. We have a Facebook, which is a little more people-oriented rather than business-oriented. We also are on LinkedIn. And then I would bring to your attention 2 websites, including the first one, that if you're a residential developer or a residential broker or agent, you should look at livelovedelaware.com. It's a site we created about 18 months ago. It's targeted at people, not companies. It's also targeted to help companies or others who are trying to talk to individuals or families. What's it like to be in Delaware? I know many of you have created content to share what it's like in your community or found lots of links. Well, use us as one of those links. We created a site called Live Love Delaware. It has video stories about interesting people up and down the state, as well as a lot of other things. And we'd encourage you to use it or share it with the people you serve. I'm going to stop there. I think that's my last slide. I am available. If you have questions, fire them at me on email, and would be happy to provide Wes with any follow-ups that people ask for after the conference. Wes, thanks for having DPP as part of this.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt, for being here, and thank you for everything that you do and everything that DPP does to promote Delaware. It's a lot of great work being done. And we as an association just started becoming investors. I encourage everyone out there to also be investors in DPP. You can reach out to Kurt to learn more about that. So thank you again, Kurt.
Absolutely.
All right, our final session, last but not least, as the lowest lying state in the nation, climate change impacts and will impact us more than many others. For real estate, it's very important that we know if our infrastructure will hold up, it's being maintained, and that there are plans to withstand whatever awaits us. With that, I want to welcome Jim Pappas, Director of DelDOT's new Division of Transportation Resilience and Sustainability, to talk more about this. We have a storm coming today. We just had that nor'easter coming in the other day. So this is definitely a topic that we're going to deal with right now. So welcome, Jim.
All right, thanks, Wes. Am I okay on the audio visual? Do you see my presentation?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you so much for those of you that are sticking around. As Wes mentioned, so our challenge is we are the lowest lying state. So that's a challenge for us every day. So we always start all of our presentations with our mission statement here at DelDOT. And one of the things that there's a lot of words here, but we look at transportation as an opportunity. You know, we provide an infrastructure that allows people to go to work, to go to school, to visit family, to go on vacations and do recreational opportunities. So we really enjoy what we do. And, you know, we're not a for-profit organization like many of you are, but we have millions of customers that we serve every day. And, you know, that's what gets us excited and coming to work every morning. So as Wes mentioned, so this is a map here on the lower right, and all those little blue squiggly lines are what we are considered our frequently flooded roadways. So these are roadways that we get the input from our district maintenance forces that these are roads that frequently flood. And again, like Wes mentioned, there's a storm event that's coming. But a lot of these locations and some of the slides I'm going to show you is they're not just because of storm events. And my first one is this picture. So if you take a look at this picture, what do you kind of see in the upper right? You don't see storm clouds, right? You see kind of a cloudless day, but take a look at that road. So this is what's called sunny day flooding. And this is the challenge that we have in Delaware because of the low-lying nature. We have days that on a perfectly sunny day, the roads are overtopped. And this is because of tidal influences. Sometimes it's because of wind-driven tidal instances. But this is a challenge that we have, you know, kind of throughout the state. And the previous slide showed kind of where those locations were. So the new division that was created about this time last year on resiliency and sustainability, our mission statement is to kind of get all this information and then start prioritizing these locations of how we can get funding to start addressing them. So how do we address them? So here on the left are just some of the kind of options we have, because there's, you know, like everything in life, there's no one size fits all for all the situations and all the challenges that we have. So we're going to look at everything from tolerate, meaning basically accept that the roadways are flooding and obviously make them as safe as possible. But we also want to look at potentially relocating the roads, elevating them, hardening them. I'm going to talk about a new innovative solution that we're going to try. Abandoned roads is something that we have to think about, and also potentially buyouts, potentially buying out communities because it might be cheaper to do that than to rebuild roads. This picture here is, if you're familiar here in Kent County, this is South Bowers Road. That's the community that you kind of see in this picture is looking north. This is during or right after a storm event, and you can see there's several feet of water on that road. The unique situation here is this is a one-way in, one-way out situation. So from an emergency response standpoint and from a transportation agency, this is a significant concern because, you know, if there's a life-threatening situation, you can't use the road to get there. Basically, it's going to be a water rescue at that point. So I want to touch on kind of some of the projects that we have, and my email address is going to be here at the end, and I'd love to, you know, have further conversations. Happy to talk about any of the things that we're doing. I appreciated the conversation that Justin had a couple of presentations ago about the EV infrastructure. So I want to touch on that and then touch on some projects that we have across the state that kind of might be on your radar. And again, I'd be happy to have an offline conversation and provide further details on any of these. So the EV infrastructure plan. So with the federal legislation that was signed last fall by President Biden, Delaware and the United States is $7.5 billion are going to be spent on EV chargers. And as was mentioned in the previous presentation is, you know, it's a chicken and egg situation. Is we don't really have the penetration of EV vehicles at this point, but is it because we don't have enough infrastructure? So President Biden's goal is to have 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations in place by 2030. So that's the target. The state of Delaware and DelDOT in particular, we are going to be receiving $3.5 million per year over the next 5 years for a total of almost $18 million to basically come up with a plan and install EV infrastructure across the state. So we're working with the Division of Natural Resources with DENREC, and we have a consulting firm called AECOM that is working on this. We have a deadline of August 1st that every state in the country has to have this plan submitted to the Federal Highway Administration for their review and approval. Once that plan is reviewed and approved, then the funding will be released. So this is something that we're very actively working on because, again, we have an August 1st deadline. And now I want to kind of touch on some projects that we have across the state of locations that we're kind of looking at the challenges that we have. So this is a picture, in the background, you see the Indian River Inlet Bridge. If you look kind of close there, you'll see what the Indian River and SR1 looks like after storm events. You can see a lot of the sand is actually on the roadway. It's kind of a crazy picture to see in the summertime with snow plows being used to push sand off the road. But if you're familiar with that area, that's kind of, happened quite frequently. So we received money through a FEMA grant to look at this corridor. So we are doing a study right now from basically Dewey Beach all the way to Fenwick Island to see how can we make that road more resilient. Because again, if you're familiar with that area, if Route 1 gets shut down, the bypass or the detour takes almost an hour. And again, from a life safety standpoint, that's just not acceptable. So we're looking at a planning study right now. We're hoping that maybe by the summer, we'll be able to kind of talk a little bit more about that with the public, but just want to let you know that we're looking at that. Next location is in Newcastle County. If you're familiar with Route 299 on the east side of Odessa, if you're coming outside of Odessa, this is again a situation where the roadway frequently floods because of the low-lying nature. Again, we have a planning study that we have just initiated to look at this area and see if there are some solutions that we can come up with. Now, again, if you're familiar with that area, you might be familiar with Old Corbett Road. So this is kind of a road that comes right off of 299. And again, if you're familiar with that area, that again was a roadway that overtopped twice a day because of tidal influences. And these are just a couple pictures of what it looked like. And obviously that is not a traversable roadway from a safety standpoint. And actually over time, what happened is the storm events and basically the stream that went through there and the tides were pretty swift. And actually the underlying infrastructure was basically damaged to the point that we ended up having to close this road down. And this is a drone shot of what it looks like today. And it kind of might be hard to see, but this gray area you see kind of right in the middle of your screen, that's the old roadway. But you can see over time, and this has only been in the last couple of years, kind of Mother Nature won and took over that. So again, that roadway is currently closed. We don't have any plans on reopening it because there is a relatively quick detour that takes about 1 minute to 2 minutes. We had looked at doing building a new bridge at this particular location, but all costs included was going to be about $5 million. And this roadway only serviced about 300 cars a day, which is a really low volume. So if you look at a benefit cost analysis, it kind of just wasn't practical to do that. So that roadway is one that, again, Mother Nature has won that battle. Going again back down to Sussex County, Pilot Town Road, which is kind of on the northeast side of Lewis. That's a location that DENREC and the U.S. Coast Guard have locations. Again, this roadway overtops quite often. So we are working in partnership with DENREC right now on a planning study. Actually just sent a letter to Lewis the other day, where this summer we're going to start talking about, discussing some of the options that we may have out there. So survey has already been done and some of the planning work has already been done as well. Here in Kent County, Port Mahon Road, just outside of Little Creek. If you ever go out there, it's a nice, quiet, tranquil area. But over time, that roadway, if you're from the area, you've noticed that it's kind of migrated to the north. And that's because of basically the tidal events that come through there do a lot of damage to the road. So the Department of Transportation has spent millions of dollars kind of what we call armoring the shoreline, or basically putting that big rock out there to try and protect the roadway. So we've been pretty effective in that respect. However, horseshoe crabs and terrapins kind of get trapped in that riprap, and they perish, unfortunately. So again, in partnership with DNREC and a lot of other stakeholders, we're looking at that area to see, can we do something different? And we're actually looking at what's called a living shoreline project, where we are going to use green infrastructure. So instead of just using, concrete and steel, we're going to look at using grasses and native species like that, where it will actually protect the road, but it will also allow good habitat for the terrapins, horseshoe crabs, and other animals that might be out there. So we're working with the consultant right now. We're hoping by maybe late summer, we'll kind of have some concept plans, and then we can go forward with that. One of the key concerns out here, again, if you're familiar with the area, is the Department of Defense through the Dover Air Force Base. They have a fuel unloading depot out there. So we are in cooperation or in partnership discussing this with them so that they're aware of what our plans are. So they were obviously a very key stakeholder in this conversation. Woodland Beach, just to the east of Smyrna. This location, similar to South Bowers that I showed earlier, is unique in that they're one way in, one way out. I mentioned Old Corbett Road to the east side of Odessa earlier. That's, again, a location where there are detours that you can get around if that Old Corbett Road gets closed. Woodland Beach and South Bowers, they're one way in, one way out. So when we're looking to prioritize these locations, that kind of has a little bit higher precedence than some of the other roadways that have multiple access points. So again, this is a roadway that sees a lot of overtopping events. There have been occasions where the community had to be evacuated when storms were coming through, because basically emergency responders basically said is, if there's a storm event, we're not sure how quickly we'd be able to respond to a life safety type event. So we've worked with the University of Delaware. We're going to put some sensors out there on the roadway so we can measure the depth of the water. We've started some investigative work out there. So just wanted everybody to know that this is on our radar, and we're working to develop a plan there. This is just a Google map of this location. And what I wanted to show specifically here is, so the area itself, again, if you're familiar with it, it's a pretty long piece of roadway through there. And so we asked our bridge design group to come up with a cost if we wanted to elevate that roadway. Basically, if we wanted to build a whole new bridge, kind of either to the north or to the south of the existing, how much would it cost to cross this entire wetland area? And they kind of did a back of a cocktail napkin calculation or estimate, and it was between $200 and $250 million to build that. So that's just the cost. To get permits to do all this would take a number of years, because again, we would be going across a wetland area. So you would need not only state permits, but you would need federal permits. And that sometimes can be a long process. So would be super expensive to do something like that. So again, that's why we're looking at the existing roadway and seeing what options we could potentially come up with to mitigate this as much as we possibly can. So again, back to South Bowers, and again, this is kind of a picture of what it looks like during an actual storm event. And again, this is a couple feet of water that are on the road. So again, it's a local one way in, one way out, has significant overtopping, as you can see there. And again, there are times that this roadway is overtopped just because of tidal events, not necessarily because of just storms. So we have a project in design right now to look at elevating this roadway, where basically we're going to add a little bit of material to try and raise that roadway so that it'll make it more passable when these storm events happen. Again, this is a map of the location. And again, this is South Bowers Road. JP's on the wharf. If you're familiar with the area, you've probably been there a few times, but this is the roadway itself that we're looking at addressing. One of the things that we're using technology for is kind of interesting, that I wanted to share with you real quickly. Here on the lower right, this slide shows you, so these up and down lines here are actually water levels. So we and the USGS and the University of Delaware have a lot of gauges across the state and a lot of waterways, a lot of creeks, a lot of streams, a lot of rivers. So at any given time, we know what the water elevation is. So what we've done here at Woodland Beach and several other locations is these horizontal dotted lines here, these different colors, that's actually the elevation of the roadway. So if we know what the elevation of the roadway is and we know the elevation of the water, we'll know when the roads are going to be overtopped or when there's water on that road. And why that's important is we can then do something like this. So this is a sign that's in Woodland Beach. And again, if you've ridden out on that road, you'll notice that this sign says water on road when flashing. And these yellow beacons actually flash when that water is overtopping the roadway. So this is where we're using kind of technology to warn the motorists and the traveling public of when there's going to be water on the road. So we plan to do a lot more of these because, again, at the end of the day, public safety is our #1 priority. So if we can use this technology to kind of marry the gauges that are out there today, get the roadway elevations, and warn the public when there's water on the road, then that's what we want to do. So again, I mentioned, there's no one size fits all. And, just in these few minutes, I just kind of wanted to let you know from a transportation standpoint, and I've certainly appreciated this conversation, and it's been mentioned many times about the infrastructure. So, it's our challenge, and what our goal is to kind of integrate with the work that you're doing as far as home building, getting people to come to Delaware, and then we've got to make sure that the infrastructure is safe. So we obviously work with the public, other government agencies, university research, subject matter experts to kind of review these scenarios that we have and discuss options and come up with the most cost-effective options that we can have. This picture here in the lower right, if you're familiar with down the beach, so this is an electric bus. So some of you may know that DTC, the Transit Corporation here in Delaware, is part of DelDOT. So they have right now, they have 14 electric buses. They have more on order, and they are actually also going to be getting some hydrogen buses. So at the end of the day, they're trying to work towards what's called zero emission vehicles. The transportation industry is about 35% of the greenhouse gas emissions, if you look at it kind of as a pie chart. So we're kind of the bad guys in the room because of all the greenhouse gas emissions from all the vehicles. So going to electric vehicles, whether they're cars, trucks, buses, large pieces of equipment, that is definitely the trend. So this is just a picture of the bus they have. This was actually taken down at the Lewis Transit Center, again, if you're familiar. And this might be hard to see, but I want to point out this piece of equipment here, this red piece of equipment is actually what's called an inline charger. So as the bus is there unloading or taking passengers on, this red arm can actually come down on the bus and charge it while it's sitting there for the 10, 15 minutes while it's waiting for, more riders. So that's pretty cool technology that they have there. Again, just some other things that we're looking at is solar energy in our right of way. The state owns a lot of property. If we can use renewable energy, that's a much better thing. So we're looking at that. Again, I mentioned the green infrastructure, looking at wetland sites, pollinator sites, and living shoreline projects like we're looking at out of Port Mahon. So I just went over a lot of information in a short period of time. We do have a website within the DelDOT website on the Transportation Resiliency and Sustainability, the new division. Again, here's my contact information. Be happy to answer any questions or have further conversation. On our website, this again, just kind of all the things that we're involved in. Again, everything from electric vehicles to, increasing the infrastructure and raising roads in our state. So that's my contact information if anybody would like to reach out. And I believe that was my last slide. So, yep.
Thank you, Jim. That was a lot of useful information. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Righty. Well, Jim's presentation concludes our summit today. I just do want to thank all of you for participating. I want to thank our sponsors for supporting us. Just so everyone knows, because I did get quite a few comments, again, all the slides, all the presentations, including the video, will be found at Delaware RE, as in real estate, summit.com. We'll upload all that over the course of the next day or two, so you'll be able to find everything there. Also, always reference that website. We'll keep that updated with the information for our summit next year. We could focus on a lot of these issues for an entire summit, but this was hopefully a great start for a lot of these discussions. And I think our presenters did a fantastic job. So thank you to all of them again. With that, stay safe out there with the pending storm and be well. Have a great day. Thanks.